All right, so it appears we are live. Hey everyone, my name is Furyst. You can just call me Fury. I do Pokemon speedruns, mostly focusing on BDSP for the past few months. And that's what we will be doing today. This is Pokemon Brilliant Diamond. We're going to be doing Elite Four Round 3, which is one of the longer categories. And I'll explain in a bit what we're actually going to be doing and what the category is all about. But first we're going to start our game, and I'm going to let you know when time starts. I'm setting a specific date. I'll explain later as well why we're setting a specific date. Let's get started. The timing will start when I confirm the language, in this case English, but I'll let you know. All right. So 3, 2, 1, go. And we're off. We're gonna have a little bit of an introduction here. Gonna pick the names for our character and our rival, and we're gonna set some options, and then I'm gonna talk a little bit about what this game is, what the category we're running is, that sort of stuff. Gonna go with the fastest names we use for this run. And yeah, so this is Brilliant Diamond. Brilliant Diamond is a remake of Pokemon Diamond. So it's a 4th gen remake. Pokemon Diamond came out in 2006. This one came out in 2021, so 15 years later. And let's do some options first. And that should be it. There's usually more options that we do, but for marathon purposes, we are gonna do only a few of them. And I'll explain what these options are in a bit. But yeah, so this is Brilliant Diamond, as I said, remake of Pokemon Diamond, a very faithful remake, that is. If you've played any of the other remakes in the franchise, like Auras or Heart Gold Soul Silver or Fire Red with Green, this one took a very different approach, which had some criticism and some praise, I guess. Some people liked it, some people didn't. I think it looks fun, but yeah, the game does have its issues, and I'll also explain those in a bit. We're going to be doing Elite Four Round 3. Elite Four Round 3 is basically, as the name suggests, doing the Elite Four 3 times. And this is not at all arbitrary. There's a reason we do it 3 times. It's because, as with many Pokemon games, there are multiple matchups that you can get in the Elite Four. When you fight them the first time, they have one team, and then when you fight them a second time, they have another team. And in this game, there's actually a 3rd team that you can also fight. So we are going to be doing that. And in order to do that, we're going to need to not only beat the game, but also do a significant portion of the post-game, as well as some other things. For the first iteration of the Elite Four, we just have to, it's basically part of any percent, so it's beating the game. The second one is unlocked after you've registered all the Pokemon in the Pokédex, and I mean registered, not caught, so we just have to see them, which unlocks the National Dex. We are going to pick Chimchar here. I'll explain why in a bit. And then we have round 3, which is unlocked by defeating or catching Heatran. In this case, we'll be defeating it because catching is not very convenient. But yeah, and obviously for each of the iterations of Elite Four, you have to beat the previous one. So for round 3, you would have to beat round 2, and for round 2, you would have to beat round 1, which is beating the game essentially. And this is one of the Chimchars of all time, or at least it appears that way. So we picked Chimchar. We will be using Chimchar for about the first hour of the run, and then we will keep using it, but only sometimes. So it's gonna be our main Pokemon for the first hour, and then we're gonna change. But we will keep using it every now and then for certain things, certain battles, especially double battles, for example. Can come in useful on those ones. We're gonna check our stats. I guess we didn't really need to, but whatever. I'm gonna check, yeah. Okay, it's not that bad. Could be worse. For a marathon run, any Chimchar will do. For PB/world records attempts, you wouldn't really run a Chimchar that has bad attack or bad special attack, especially special attack. But basically, like, it's not really a big deal to have a bad Chimchar in terms of a marathon run, because it's not like you're gonna die because you have a bad Chimchar. It's only that you're gonna probably lose like a few turns here and there. So it is slower, but it's not the end of the world. So we're gonna run it. This one is not that bad. It's not minus attack or special attack, so it could be worse for sure. Alright, so we're gonna get quite a few encounters probably in the early game. This game is very harsh with encounters and very volatile as well. You can have like 15 encounters, or you can have 5 encounters in the first like sections of the game, and there's not really like an average. I feel like number of encounters. It feels very random. As opposed to other games. Another aspect is that, and that's actually one of the problems with this game, this game is a very faithful remake to the original. If you've played the original, you can probably tell that. This one is top-down. Usually Pokemon remakes used whatever the most recent Pokemon game that came out was. So Auras is largely looks like X and Y, for example, and the same goes with Coastal Silver looking like Diamond and Pearl and that sort of thing. In this game, they went with a completely different approach. The battles themselves, they pretty much look like Sword and Shield battles, but the overworld stuff is completely different. They went for basically like an exact remake of the map. So we are also using tiles here. The map is basically a one-to-one remake of the original, tile by tile. However, in the original, the movement was basically stuck to the tiles, and there was no like diagonal movement or anything like that. In this game, unfortunately, you are not really bound to a tile. You can move, like you have basically free movement, and this can be quite finicky at times. Can be quite difficult, especially like when you have one tile gaps, for example, and you have to go through them, and there are quite a few in this game. It can be a little tough to get through those, because everything, like the movement needs to be really precise, I guess. Corners are also usually like very sticky. And there's one other aspect that I was actually about to talk about regarding the wild encounters. The wild encounters that you get, or the chance of getting wild encounter, are based on a tile. If you are, for example, walking in 2 tiles at once, you have basically double the chance of getting an encounter. So movement is especially important in this early part of the game when we don't have repels. Granted, like I said, it's still very much random. Okay, so this is the catch tutorial, really the only mini break that we have in the entire run. Everything else is very focused. And then we're gonna have our first trainer, which is one of the tougher fights in the early game. It's gonna have a Starly. We're gonna play it quite safe because it's a marathon run. I am playing with autosave on, which is a feature that's only been added in like recent Pokemon games, but it's very handy for speedruns like this, especially in this game, as you'll be able to tell in a few minutes when I'll explain like the route and whatnot, because the route here can be very brutal. But yeah. So let's see what we get here. So, as I said, we're doing Elite for round 3. The main category for this game is 90%, like glitchless, as it's pretty much any game. Okay, the Starly is being aggressive, I'm gonna have to heal this. Because I could get a high roll there and I would die, and now obviously it growls. I honestly wouldn't mind that many growls because this run is a bit tight on healing items and whatnot, so I wouldn't mind wasting a couple of turns if it means I get to save a few items. Okay, so now we should be fine. We might be in Blaze for the next... Okay, we're not. We didn't go for it. Blaze would have been nice because there's one fight coming up that is basically a guaranteed 2-shot with Blaze. But it's fine. So, as I was saying, like the main category is 90% glitchless. Elite for round 3 basically uses much of the route for 90%, so most of it is based around 90%. Like the first 4 hours will very much feel like like you're doing 90%. But we are gonna take like a few detours here and there in order to get a few extra items, because we're gonna need more money to buy more items because we have to face the Elite Four 3 times. And we also have to do a few detours for Pokédex reasons, because I was saying you need to register all the Pokemon in the Pokédex, in the Xenodex, in order to unlock round 2. And so we are gonna have to actually fight a few extra trainers to see some extra Pokemon, because we wouldn't otherwise be able to see them. In the 90% route, we don't see all of them. So it's definitely an interesting run. First hour and a half, it's very... like I need to be very focused, because there's a lot of things that I can't really miss. Sometimes the tiniest mistake can be like really costly. But after that, things should be a little more comfortable for me. This is the fight that I was talking about. If I was in Blaze, it would be a guaranteed 2-shot. In this case, it might as well be as well. It's gonna be a 2-shot because we burned. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been, I think. And I did not check my speed, I forgot. The best stats, like the most important stat for the Chimchar, are special attack and attack, especially special attack, because we rely a lot on Ember in the early portions of this game. And there's a lot of Pokemon that are gonna be potential one-shots depending on how good your special attack is, so generally you want good special attack. Attack is also important, but probably not as important, I would say. Speed can also be quite useful for some fights. Alright, so now we have to find the clowns. We just have to say yes to all of them, which is very handy. You can just smash through those. And we have our first like big fight coming up, which is Rival 1. We don't usually die to it. But still, tough fight. It's a very awkward fight. And it's painful to watch, to be honest, because it goes against everything Pokemon is trying to teach you. But oh well. And you'll see what I'm talking about in a minute. We're gonna be saving quite a lot throughout the game. Even sometimes at really random places. Especially like in the early game, basically in the first hour and a half. But yeah, so this is Barry, our rival. He has a Starly and a Piplup. They both have 14 speed. I forgot to check my speed. Okay. Either he's faster or we are speed tied. He's probably faster, I guess. That's a crit. Interesting. Okay. That's a little lame. I'm gonna heal this just to be safe, because I don't trust it. I've had a lot of weird crits. Okay, it just goes for Growl. Interesting. Okay, so now we just Ember the water Pokemon. Because why not? So the reason we do this is because it's like they generally spam Growl, so our attack is not going to be good, which means Scratch will be basically useless, so we just have to spam Ember. There's really no better way to do this at the moment. Usually what you want to do is manipulate Blaze in this fight. So you want to be in Blaze and then burn the Piplup, because that will basically reduce its damage to you, and then you can get more hits in Blaze. Unfortunately, we couldn't quite get it, so we have to heal. But yeah, just a really awful fight because it takes so long. And just not pretty to look at. Oh, we're almost done. Okay, one more. Alright. So up until this point, we basically did any percent. But we picked up a Paralyze heal that we wouldn't in normal runs, but it's pretty much 100%. And now we're actually gonna do, I guess it's not really a detour, but we are gonna fight an extra trainer that we would normally not fight in an 90% run, which is this one. Because he has, I believe, a Kricketot. Yeah. Which is not a Pokemon that we would find anywhere else, really. In the any percent route, that is. So this is probably a 2-shot, unless we were in Blaze, but we're not, so yeah. Oh, and in case I don't think I explained what Blaze is, just in case you didn't know. Blaze is basically the ability that all fire-type starter Pokemon have, including Chimchar. It basically increases the damage of your fire-type moves. In this case, fire-type, because it's Chimchar. For the other starters, there's equivalent abilities. There are Torrent and Overgrowth. And so this can be very useful in a lot of fights. There are a lot of fights that you will manipulate, like you will intentionally get into Blaze so that you can get better shots, or one-shots, for example, in certain moments. That was one where we could have used it, like if we left Barry in Blaze, we would have been able to one-shot the Kricketot. So that sort of thing is pretty common throughout this first hour of the run. Alright, I do hope I don't forget anything, because there's a lot that can be missed, especially since I'm so used to 90%, and there's like a lot of things that I have to pick up in this first part of the run, and extra trainers as well, all of that. So, yeah. So now we're looking for a Machop, so naturally it's gonna take me a while. It's a pretty good encounter, like a decent chance, but oh well. On one of my marathon preps, I had like 8 Geodues before Machop showed up, so okay, we got one. That was relatively fast. So I'll take it. It's level 5, which is unfortunate, but we'll just take it. Hopefully first ball. Okay, cool. Like a 60-something% to get in first ball, but sometimes just doesn't get in. So we got the Machop, and we're actually going to use it for the gym, because it's a really good Pokemon for the gym. And then we're going to use it for something else that we will look at in a bit. Level 5 Machop is not ideal. For this run, it's not as bad as 90%. On 90%, if we have a level 5 Machop, we have to basically lead Chimchar on the first trainer in the gym. And I have to pick up a few items here that I was almost about to forget. Okay. And most of these items that I'm picking up, I'm either going to use or sell. In many cases, it's going to be to sell, because I need a lot of money for a lot of items for the later portions of the run. Yeah, we're going to pick an X-Defend here that we are actually going to use pretty soon on the gym leader. And this is the last place where we can get encounters. We've actually been alright with encounters, like we haven't really had that many encounters, which is nice. Although now that I say that, I'm gonna have like 3 or 4 here. Maybe not, we'll see. But yeah, I was saying, like, if you have a level 5 Machop in an 90% run, you need to lead Chimchar in the first fight in the gym. And then switch out to Machop to finish off the fight. Because you need the extra EXP for Chimchar in order to have it evolve before the first Mars fight. In this run, since we fought an extra trainer beforehand, we don't actually need to do that. So we can just switch out Machop right away here. And lead it going into the gym. Alright, so we're done with the mine. We're gonna go to the gym. This is a rock type gym, so naturally Machop will be very good against it. The level 5 Machop can still hurt, because it might take a while to get through the first trainer, depending on our stats and all and whatnot. But we'll see, hopefully we get a fast fight. This first fight is we basically bank on critical hits. We use focused energy, which basically grants us like a 50-50 chance to crit every time. And then we just basically low kick. Okay, so it's being very aggressive. I'm gonna actually heal this. Okay, that's a crit. The fact that that's a crit is a bit worrying, because that did not take a lot of damage, but oh well. That's not a crit. Okay, the Machop is veering very aggressive. Okay, now he starts defense curling. I mean, defense curl is fine as long as he crits. because crits ignore any status changes that they might have had. Okay, so now we should be fine. Okay, so the requirements for round 2 are you need to register all the Pokemon in the Sinnoh Pokédex. And that means register, not cut. And then for round 3 you have to beat Heatran. So we have to see all the Pokemon in order to unlock round 2, which means we fight a bunch of extra trainers throughout the run. Okay, so now we're gonna heal. Should be fine. And we're gonna save. So this is the first real fight. I know I've said this like 2 times already, but this is the actual, like, the first place where you can realistically die. And there's a lot of places in this run where you can realistically die, because it's a very brutal route. A lot of fights you can die to. Even sometimes like that, they don't even have to be like gym leaders or anything like that. So Stealth Rock, pretty common. I'm gonna X defend. We're hoping for rollout here. Okay, that's nice. So now that it's stuck in rollout, we're just gonna revenge, which guarantees the kill here. Right. So that's the Geodude, and now we have an Onix coming up. For the Onix, we just low kick, because low kick does damage based on the weight of the Pokemon. So for Onix, which is a very heavy Pokemon, it's actually going to be the better choice here. If this kills, we should be fine. It doesn't. Okay. Another potion. Okay, this should kill. This should kill. So we're gonna have 25 health coming into the last Pokemon, which is Cranidos. Cranidos does Headbutt, and it usually goes for Headbutt, and Headbutt has a 30% chance of flinching, which is really bad. Because we are actually gonna Revenge. As long as it doesn't flinch us, we should kill it with Revenge. But the flinch chance is pretty rough, so we're hoping for a no flinch. Okay, no flinch is nice, cool. Well, that's one way. Like, if I flinch there, I would have to heal, potentially twice, because then it would just hit me again. So it can be really bad. Alright. So we're done with work. And that's our first gym down. Now we're gonna do some chopping. Normally we would buy a lot more items, but we're gonna need the money for other things, so we're gonna save up on a few things. We're actually gonna be picking up a few items along the way that we are actually gonna use. Like the Paralyzed Heal earlier, for example, is an item that I will probably use at some point, instead of buying one. Oops. So we're gonna buy 1 Super Potion, 22 Repels, and 1 Escape Rope. We actually need more Escape Ropes, but we're gonna be shopping later in the run, and until that point we only need 1, so we're just gonna buy the 1 now. And now we're gonna give away the Machop. It was a pretty decent Machop in the end. The fights went pretty well. And we're gonna give it away to this little girl who's gonna give us an Abra. And this is actually the main Pokemon of the run. Or rather, it would be the main Pokemon in 90% in this run. Since we have round 2 and round 3, there's a bit more to it. Because we are gonna use the legendary, in this case Dialga, for Elite for round 1, round 2, and round 3. In any percent we would just be using for round 1, so most of the run would be done with Abra, or in this case Kadabra, because we're gonna evolve it. But yeah. What do I do? So okay. So obviously the Abra is unusable right now, so we're gonna use the Chimchar, but we are gonna get EXP. For the Abra, this game there's no experience share item, which is a difference, for example, from the original, because the original has one. In this game, you basically always have experience sharing by default. Like, there's no way to turn it off, so we're just gonna use that to evolve our Abra into a Kadabra. And this is Team Galactic. These are the quote-unquote bad guys in this game. They have very good battle plans. And that's about it about them. So this is one of the things, like when I mentioned earlier about certain Pokemon being potential one-shots because of special attack. Like, this is one of those examples. You can sometimes get a one-shot here. And the higher your special attack, the more likely you are to get it. Okay, hopefully a tackle from the third week. And it hit itself. Lovely. Oh, that's close. Alright, cool. Not too bad. So Abra is a traded Pokemon, as you saw. And this has some implications on the run. Traded Pokemon in this game, along with many other Pokemon games, are subject to disobedience issues. So if they get to too high a level, they can start to disobey. And the level at which they start disobeying is tied to your gym badges. So right now, it actually wouldn't obey us. It's gonna start obeying us until level 15, or until level 30, that is, when we beat the second gym, which is coming up in a little bit. And then at the fourth gym, it's going to increase again. I don't know what the level increase is at that point, maybe 45 or something, or 50, I don't remember. But yeah, it keeps increasing as you go through it. But this is actually a problem because the way we routed this is that our Kadabra will need to be level 30 for the Wake fight, which is the fourth gym leader. And at that point in time, 30 will be the max level that we can get without it disobeying. The problem is, depending on how you do your experience route, you could get over level in the middle of the fight, for example. So we can't have that. And so we have routed this very specifically to have it level 30 by the beginning of the fight, but not 31 during the fight. And the experience threshold is extremely tight, so that's actually the main reason this run is so brutal in the early game, because you have to be very careful not to do the slightest mistake, because like hitting an optional, for example, is basically run over. In this case it wouldn't be, because we have autosave. I would just soft reset the game, but for a PB attempt or something like that, it's pretty rough. But after we beat Wake, we will be fine. The level cap will no longer be a problem. We won't really run into disobedience issues anymore. But until then, we have to be really careful. So this is another one that can be a range, as in a potential one-shot. In this case, we got it, so we're good. This one, I've learned that can also be a range if you have like really bad special attack, which we don't. So for runnable Chimchars, it would be fine, but I've noticed on a previous marathon run that someone missing this range because they had that special, and we don't really. It's one of the interesting things about marathon runs is to generally run gym charts that you wouldn't normally run. You start finding out about like weird ranges that you were not aware of. So we're taking this kind of safe. We're gonna taunt first. Okay, then look, would have been fine, but whatever. Oh, that's rough. So this is gonna be a 3-shot. You can potentially get a 2-shot here, but I think I needed a better special attack. But it's fine. We're doing alright so far, I think. Alright. This guy's gonna give us honey as well, which in a normal 90% run we wouldn't use. In this one we might actually use it at some point. Depends. We'll see. We're probably gonna use it, knowing my luck. Okay, now we're gonna go to Valley Windworks, where Team Galactic is, and this is actually where we're gonna have the first fight against one of the commanders, which is Mars in this case. Right. That's actually okay. I mean, I'm not healing that right away, but I might actually have to heal here. Oof. I think I'll heal. It sucks, but I have to heal. I don't usually have this low health here. This is one of the fights where, for example, speed can matter. You can. It's hard, but you can outspeed this Glamia. And it would have been useful, for example, in that situation. But yeah. We already proc the berry. The berry is a strat that we generally use in order to avoid healing on the Mars fight. So we generally want the berry to be procced during the Mars fight. But we already procced it. It's usually a little difficult to have it proc during the Mars fight because a lot of this Pokemon before it can be very aggressive. Especially if you have like really bad defense. It can really hurt you. Yeah. Alright. So now we're gonna evolve Chimchar into Monferno. And Monferno is gonna learn Mach Punch, which is a very useful move that we will also use in the next fight and in several other fights, because it is a priority move. So it's pretty nice. Gonna save again. There we go. So Mars has 2 Pokemon. The first one is the Zubat that we're gonna taunt because it has Supersonic. And if you get confused, then the fight gets really confusing. And then we have a Purugly. The Purugly will always outspeed us. And it usually goes for Fake Out turn 1, so we always heal on turn 1. But then we just use Power Up Punch and then Mach Punch to end this. And the goal... Okay. So one thing we don't want to see is U-turn. And I've been getting a lot of U-turns from Zubat. So hopefully we won't see that. And then the goal is to end this fight in Blaze. Alright, cool. So we're gonna heal right away, because it's gonna fake out. I could have supered, but whatever. Okay, it's taking 15. Okay, that's unfortunate. We're gonna have to heal again. That's not ideal. Actually, that's fine. Mach punch wouldn't kill here, I think, so... Okay, or crits. Nice. Very interesting. Alright, so that's the first death. We got crit by Mars. So yeah, we want to leave the fight in Blaze. Because it's going to be useful for the next fight, basically. It's not too bad if we don't. Like, if we don't, then we'll just have to heal and then have a 2-shot in the next fight. But we would ideally like to be in Blaze. Yeah, I don't usually die here, interestingly enough. Getting crit here is quite uncommon. But well, hopefully this time we'll be fine. Okay, now it went for supersonic. Going for supersonic is nice because it won't do anything because you're taunting, so it's one less turn that it has to attack you, which is nice because then you get less damage. So I'm gonna have a little more health to work with here. I'm still probably gonna need to heal twice, I guess. So probably doing a lot of damage to me. Unless he goes for Growl, in which case maybe will be better. Okay. Okay, please don't crit me this time. Now growls, which is fine, I guess. Should hit me here. Okay, now we're in Blaze. Now, even though we don't kill, now we just finish. It's Mach Punch. I'm not sure Mach Punch would have killed there. Maybe it would. But it doesn't matter, like we needed to do this anyway. Alright, that's Mars. So now we're in Blaze. Which means we have a Beautiful Eye coming up on the next fight that's gonna be a guaranteed one-shot. Which means we don't have to heal, because everything is a one-shot there, and we outspeed everything. And then we basically get a free heal afterwards, so we get to save a potion here. Okay, so we repel. Give the bed shot. And the cherry. We use the Cherry Berry and the Pasture Berry on both Pokemon. I hate this hiker. Okay, I think that was actually pretty fast. Usually takes forever to turn. And we're gonna pick up an extra repel here. Alright. So now we have a companion here. This is Cheryl. She will heal us after all fights. We are not healed yet, so we're still in Blaze. Okay. And so I'm gonna take this fight. We're gonna take these fights as single battle, so she actually won't be helping us at all. Because you can talk. In the original, this wasn't possible because you couldn't talk to trainers diagonally. In this one, you can. And these are just better fights to take, like this. So now that we're in Blaze, this one is going to be easy. Everything's a one-shot. And then we're going to get healed by Cheryl, because she will heal us after every fight in this forest. Alright. So this next fight can be quite annoying. It's only one Pachirisu, but it can paralyze us, which is pretty bad. Because, I mean, right now we have a Cherry Berry, so we would get healed, but we would be wasting a Cherry Berry and we need it later. So we're hoping no paralysis. Ideally, we would just get Quick Attack. Spark can paralyze. Okay, Quick Attack is fine. Doesn't really do much, and it doesn't like mess with our attack or anything like that. Okay, so this is the perfect fight. Getting a 3-shot here, no paralysis, is really cool. Because we want to keep the Cherry Berry for the Grass Gym, which is like, it's really important because there's a lot of Pokemon in that gym that can paralyze you. So you want to keep the Cherry Berry for later. So this is just a couple of Abras. We're gonna power up Punch. Maybe all of them, not sure. I usually just... I'm actually not sure with this attack if power up Punch will kill the left side. I'm guessing it probably will. You can also be outsped by them. It's very rare, but you can. And if in that case, you should just use Mach Punch. But I think we'll be fine. I think a Power Punch should kill. Actually, is it full health? Okay, I'll just Mach Punch. Yeah. I guess we'll never know. Alright. So now we're gonna fight another extra trainer for more Pokemon towards that Pokédex completion. Abra is evolving, by the way. We still can't use it, but it would not obey us. We need to beat the second gym, which will happen soon, and then it will obey us. Another cool thing about this Kadabra is that it has, since it's a traded Pokemon, it has fixed stats. So we always, like, it makes the run very predictable because we always know exactly what stats it has, which means we know all the ranges for all the fights, basically. Okay, so we fight this one because... Interesting, I've never seen Protect here. Okay. Alright. It's not a big deal. It won't matter anyway, PP-wise. Yeah, we fight this one because of the Burmy and the Cricketon. Actually not sure if we see a Burmy anywhere else. I know we don't see a Cricketon anywhere else. Not sure about the Burmy, but I don't think we see it either. That one's done, and we're basically done with the forest. And we're gonna go to the gym now. The gym will work slightly different than usual. For normal 90% runs, we would rely mostly on Ember. And I guess we will still kind of rely mostly on Ember. But since we've fought a few extra trainers, our Chimchar, or Inferno, is a little higher leveled, so it's going to learn Flame Wheel a little earlier, which means we're going to use it a little earlier than usual. So it's not going to be... we're not going to use Ember as much as we would in a normal 90% run. Picked up an extra super potion there, just in case. This can always be useful, especially since we are low on money. Yeah, a lot of the Pokemon in this gym are ranges. Which is again why we want to have good special attack. This is one of them, like nearly all of them are ranges. Some of them more favorable than others. Did not get this one. The Roselia coming up can paralyze us. We're hoping we don't get paralyzed because we really want to keep the Sherry for the next fight, otherwise it's going to be a little tough. And we got paralyzed, naturally. So now this is gonna suck, because we're gonna have to go to the next fight without any berry. There's 3 Bidoos, and they all have Dunspoor. They basically have a 50-50 chance of using Dunspoor. So... yeah, the Roselia isn't range, unless... I think it's a range when the... what's it called? The Cherubi uses... I forget what the move is. Sunny Day? I think it has Sunny Day. Okay, normally I don't think it's a range. This is a range, and it's... we missed it, so now we're just gonna have to try and break through. So this is how this fight can go wrong. We get paralyzed, it starts using rest, and then it has Click Talk. And we can't really heal the paralysis here, because we only have 1 paralyze heal, and we have to use it after this fight. And we would still, like, it can still go for stun spore while it's asleep, because he has Sleep Talk. Okay, so we got through the first one. I'm hoping for... I'm hoping for a one-shot here. This one is the easier of the ranges in this fight. Still paralyzed. We did not hit it. Lovely. I haven't hit this range in quite a while actually, which is insane, because this is supposed to be like a pretty decent one. Oh well. So now we're gonna learn Flame Wheel. Normally we would only learn it after the next fight. So we have to... so you can learn it now and basically get 2 one-shots now that wouldn't be one-shots otherwise. This is one of them. This is also a range with Ember. A really bad one. Really hard to hit it. With Flame Wheel it's not. And then we're gonna have, what's it called? The third wave coming up. That would be a 2-shot with Ember. And I think it's the 1-shot with Flame Wheel. I actually can't remember, but I think it is. Oh, and you have to heal the paralysis. So this is why we only had 1, so we couldn't really heal it in the middle of the battle. We can still get paralyzed by 1 less Pokemon, which is the Rosary that Gardenia has, which is the gym leader. But we're gonna have a Cherry Berry. That's why we kept the Cherry Berry, the extra Cherry Berry for that. And this is apparently a range, okay. Did not know that. Should be a favorable one, but that's fine. Alright. No poison point? Okay, obviously poison point. So everything that could have gone wrong went wrong with this gym. We got paralyzed by the Rosalia, got paralyzed immediately by the Bidoof, got poison point. We did not hit like any of the ranges. Hopefully Gardenia goes fine. But yeah, so this is why we have an antidote. We also have to heal. And we have to give the cherry berry. Okay. That's true. But we don't want to be poisoned. Okay, so for this fight, we basically use Power Up Punch initially on the Cherubi to set up our attack so that we can get a good range on the Rosary. I'm gonna guarantee it because I'm gonna go. I'm gonna use 2 Power Up Punches here, especially since I have kind of bad attack. So this basically just guarantees it. I don't think Rasnot can kill here. Yeah, we should be fine. Rasnot can kill. Unless crits. Yeah, the Rosary is gonna take. It's faster than us, so it's gonna hit us with something. Usually it goes for Stun Spore, which is why we want Sherry. Okay, we did not go for it. And we could have died to a crit again, but we didn't. Okay, we're good. Alright, so that was horrible. Terrible gym. But at least we didn't die, I guess. Could have been worse. Oh my god, this takes forever. So fun fact about this run. Now that I'm noticing that it takes forever to leave the gym. In this game, if you turn the music off, the background music off, the game will be around 10 minutes faster, like for the entire run. And this is because basically all the item pickups, like those things that we got from the gym leader, we don't have to wait for like the jingles to end. We can just go, which means that, for example, in that gym leader like sequence, we would have been out of the gym like a lot faster because we could just skip over everything. We're gonna buy some herbs. Not a lot of them because again we're still pretty tight on money, but a few. Okay. We are unfortunately using a lot of healing items, so we might have a bit of a problem later on. We might have to get a few extra, we'll see. Hopefully not. But this is another double fight. In this one we're controlling both Pokemon. This one should be fine, we can get Fake Out on the second turn because of Glameow. Hopefully we won't, so we won't have to heal again. Especially since I'm running out of healing items. I don't even have like a normal potion, I would have to use a super potion here if it goes for it, which is really bad. Okay, cool. Did not go for it. So yeah, as I was saying, like every item pickup, every level up, for example, all these things have jingles associated with them, and when you turn the music off, they're not just muted, they're completely skipped. So the game ends up being a lot faster by turning off the music. The problem is just the run is a lot more boring, I guess, because you're just sitting there in silence. So for marathon purposes, we are running with music, because otherwise we couldn't take it for 5 hours without music. There is, however, a tool that I created that basically brings back the music. Basically like a screen recognition tool that identifies where you are in the game, plays the right music. So you can basically run music off with music, with appropriate music, instead of having like a random playlist or anything like that. Alright. So coming up we have Jupiter, another one of the galactic commanders. Or admins, I don't remember, I think it's commander. For that fight, we are gonna lead Kadabra, so we have to switch here. Because it leads the Zubat, and we just confuse him to Zubat. And then we are gonna switch to Monferno to finish off the fight, basically. Alright, so the second Pokemon is a Skuntank. For the Skuntank, we already set up Pechaberry on our Monferno because the Skuntank usually goes for Poison Gas, and so this basically gets us an extra turn, which is really nice. We usually end up poisoned anyway by the end of the fight. Yeah. Alright. So we switch, and now we're just gonna spam Aura Punch. Usually we would Power Punch twice and then Flame Wheel. I think I'm gonna do 3 Power Up Punches because I have that attack. There is a sweet spot for your attack where you can actually get a 3-shot here. Basically Power Punch, and then Flame Wheel to finish off. If you have too high attack, it won't happen because your Power Up Punches will rock the berry on the Skuntank side. The one that just got rocked there. But you have too low, then you can miss the range on the last Flame Wheel. Yeah, so we're good. Sometimes we can die here. Kind of difficult, but you can die here. Or at least Monferno can die, doesn't mean that you actually like lose or anything like that. You can basically die to Aftermath. Which just means you'd have to revive Monferno a little later. and get an extra revive. That's pretty standard. Didn't happen here, so we're not getting the extra revive most likely. Alright, so now we have a bit of story. We have to pick up the Explorer Kit. The Explorer Kit allows us to go to the underground, which is a very cool feature in this game, and in the original as well. But in this game, it's actually they enhanced the feature a little bit. They added a few things. One of them is they added wild encounters in the underground. There's rooms where you can actually see Pokemon in the overworld and you can catch them. And actually, in the beginning of this game, one of the routes used it's still used to this day on Brilliant Diamond, but it's not as fast as the main route. But there is a route that uses a Pokemon caught in the underground, which is the Scyther. It's only available in Brilliant Diamond, and it's not as fast as the Kadabra route, which is the one we're using. But it's a nice little thing that we have. Okay, now we get the bike. And we get the bike music, which is one of the music of all time. If you decide to run this ever without the music and use the tool that I mentioned earlier, I can guarantee you that there is no mic music in that tool, and therefore it's better. Or at least I think it's better. Alright, so now we have Cycling Road. You'll see me... So the bike has two gears, basically. A high gear and a low gear. The high gear, one of the gears is going to be very fast at top speed, but it's going to take a little while longer to accelerate. And so we're actually switching between the gears whenever we're starting or stopping. So that we basically take advantage of each of the gears' benefits, basically. So you'll see me switching gears all the time. So we're gonna pick up a revive here. We have a few more spinners to go through here. I'm gonna take this save. No! Oh my god. That's bad. So that's one of the problems with this route. I can't really do that fight because then Kadabra would be over level. So messing up the movement there basically means I have to sub reset. But because we have autosave, I'm gonna be pretty close. So it's not too bad. Still waits quite a bit, but yeah. I unfortunately held the button for too long. Alright, so we have to do this again. Spinners also have pretty interesting mechanics, because you can actually make them turn. You can't really influence when they will turn, but you can basically influence where they will turn. So basically, I'm gonna try and explain this with one of the upcoming spinners. Let me just do menu. So we have two super potion, and we're already out of potions. That's really bad. Register. And we have to repel. Also forgot about that. Okay. Okay, we're gonna meet Cyrus here. This is the bad guy in this game, basically. He's the leader of Team Galactic. We actually don't know his name here yet. So sorry for spoiling you. But yeah, I was mentioning about spinners. So spinners basically work. They basically have like zones associated with their turns. So if you run in a certain place, it's going to turn that way. For example, this one turned down because I was running here, or in this case using the bike. However, these zones are actually not associated, are not influenced by walking. So a lot of times what we will actually do is we are gonna basically run right in front of them to pass them and then walk the rest of the way, because that is gonna basically make them turn, in that case, down, but not up, which means you can get a really fast spin. It's a little hard to explain. But that one earlier was one of those examples. All right. Big yellow G on it. Yeah. So this is our mom. I don't know why she's here. I wasn't really paying attention. This is the contest hall. We don't actually use it in the run. And now we have Barry too, so we're gonna fight Barry again. Another rough fight. Hopefully, like this one has been giving me trouble lately. It's not very easy to die, I would say, but I don't know. I feel like I've been getting pretty unlucky with this one, so hopefully it'll be fine. The first one is Starly, just confusion. And then we're gonna have Primplup, and for Primplup, we basically... There's a few scenarios that can happen depending on what move he uses, because we don't want to get like a really bad torrent hit from him. So we're gonna Confusion first. If we get a crit, then we Confusion again. If you get Stealth Rock, we Confusion again. If you get Bubble Beam, we will need to Psycho Cut. We got Bubble Beam. So this is where it can get a little scary, because depending on how bad our rolls... This should be fine, I think. Yeah, okay. Depending on how bad our rolls are, we can basically knock it into Torrent after a Confusion and a Psycho Cut. Can get a crit, for example, which can also be bad. Yeah, that's the scariest part, I would say, but it's not over. This one is a 15 and 16 range. Okay, we got it, which is nice. I only missed it once, ever. And now we have the last part, which is a Ponyta that we cannot kill. We're gonna hit it with the Confusion, but we cannot crit it. So hopefully... Or we just get outsped, because he lost speed because of Bubble Beam. Interesting. That's fine. We can finish off with Monferno. I don't think I've ever had this fight before. I'm gonna Power Up Punch, I guess. Oh, that's right. Power Up Punch again. And it's gonna growl. Usually we would outspeed the Ponyta. And then... And so we would basically be dealing more than half, and then we can just finish off with Mach Punch. In this case, since our speed dropped because of Bubble Beam, we were outsped, and the Ponyta killed us right away. Another bad thing that can happen in this fight is that this is not nearly as bad, but you can basically get stuck into a situation where the Ponyta just doesn't want to kill you because it cannot one-shot you, because you're basically too high health, and then it just starts spamming Growl and Agility or whatever, and so it takes forever to basically end the fight because you have to wait until he uses Flame Charge. I'm gonna pick up this Revive as well. Alright. Got one Calcium, we'll be using that later on Kadabra. And we have Pick up another item here. This is a TM that we will be selling. And now we're going into the Lost Tower, where we will get strength. There's also one optional here that we are gonna intentionally fight, because he has what is it? A Cleffa, I think. Yeah. Which is this one. In a normal 90% run, this would be like just a normal spinner. Okay. So Kadabra is dead. This is planned. So we wanted Kadabra to be dead for experience reasons. And there's also another reason, which is that whenever you only have one Pokemon alive, you get to skip some double battle. And so we have a couple of double battles that will not be procced at all, because we only have Monferno right now alive. One of them is coming up here in the next floor. So that's just really convenient, like we can just walk in front of them and they won't fight us. Alright. You got strength. Alright. That is what I don't... Yeah, I always found it funny that it's called Kirby. Whoops. Did not mean to do that. Nope. I was mashing because I wanted to renew the repel. And I ended up talking to two people. Done with that. This fight can be confusing sometimes. I don't really like it. We basically want to live this fight around half health. We already lost quite a bit because of the pony's situation. We're gonna taunt here because you can confuse Ray. Confusion is not very nice. Because if you start spamming it then I will be too low health. This is kind of bad, depending on what happens next. Okay, this is fine, I would say. I am a little concerned on this next one. So my hope is that we don't get like any takedown or anything like that from the shield on here, because the health that I have right now is ideal. Oh my god, I missed. It's fine. That's fine. I meant to use Mach Punch right away, but whatever. It's fine. They went for higher in defense, which is good. So now we have, I would say, decent health. For the next fight, well, not the next fight immediately, but the next fight that we will use Monferno on. This is a spinner, and I hate this spinner. Gonna pick up one more item here. We're also gonna pick up Shockwave here. And we're gonna teach it to Kadabra. We're also gonna revive Kadabra since it's still dead. And we're gonna go back to using Kadabra. Where is it? So, first we teach Grass Knot. Then we teach Shockwave over Psycho Cut, and now we have to revive it. And heal it. And this game has been quite mean to me today, so I'm gonna save here. So now this would have been a double fight, but we can fight them as singles, which is better. This Clownmail what we're hoping for is a growl or something like that. It can go for fury swipe, which is really bad. Takes a lot of damage and just takes forever. And he went for fury swipe, obviously. Okay, at least we got 2 times, which is nice. But seriously, I cannot catch a break today. Alright. Got through it. Now we have a Kadabra. The main reason Fury Swipe is bad is because then you have to heal because of the Kadabra. Because the Kadabra also has like Psybeam and all sorts of stuff. It likes to go... Okay, let's avoid it. Alright. That's cool. The next fight is a little easier. Okay. So now we have a Monferno and a Gyarados. Gyarados is like a really strong Pokemon for this section. Especially because it's raining. So basically the way this entire route was also routed is to make it so that we always get a guaranteed one-shot on the Gyarados. Which happens to be now. Okay, Shockwave. And we're done with it. So now we're going to Veilstone. And we're gonna go shopping. I'm gonna need to focus a bit for the shopping. I'm gonna sell basically most of the things that I picked up, aside from a couple of healing items and that sort of stuff that I just picked up because I'm planning on using them. Everything else will mostly be just sold. And then I'm gonna buy a bunch of items that I will be using throughout the rest of the run. The menus are a little laggy in this game, so shopping is usually kind of a pain in the ass, so I do not want to buy. So we sell all our Pokeballs. Sell Yucky Stone. Sell all our TMs. Nope. Alright. Sold everything we needed to sell. So we should have enough money to buy everything we need. Gonna buy a lot of X items. And now we have to buy a couple of TMs as well. Actually, not a couple. Quite a few, actually. Gonna buy Bulldoze, which we're gonna use much later on in the run. And we're gonna buy Thunderbolts, also gonna be used later on. Flamethrower, which we're gonna teach right away. Psychic as well. And Dazzling Gleam, which will also be used later on in the run. And now we're broke. We have no money, basically. Because that's a lot of stuff we buy. In a normal 80% run with this route, we would also buy an extra Calcium. That Calcium would make an upcoming range a little more favorable. But it's too expensive, so I don't buy it in this route. Or E4 round 3. But it's not too bad, like it's still gonna be a favorable range. Alright, so now we have another menu. We just picked up the Metronome, which is a very useful item. We'll be using it quite a lot. Yeah, we're really kind of bad. Whatever. We got really unlucky with a few things, like the fact that we've already ran out of healing items other than the berries or the herbs. It's pretty bad, but we'll just have to manage. Now we toss Flamethrower to Monferno and Psychic to Kadabra. Psychic is obviously a very powerful move that we'll be using throughout most of the run. And this is a prime example of why this game got so much criticism for the tile movements. There's a lot of one tile gaps in this gym, so it can be pretty difficult to get around here. You're always bonking everywhere. Gonna have a couple of spinners now. The spinners, I'm gonna take them pretty safe. There are faster ways to deal with them, but I'm gonna go with a pretty safe approach. Because I don't trust my controllers. So basically the faster way would be to... And I'm also going to save just before them because I don't want to have to do the jump pistol again in case I hit him. Basically the fast way is to run right in front of them and then walk the rest of the way. I'm just going to run because my controller has let me down in the past doing that. Assuming he turns. Okay. So now since I ran to the right side, it's gonna take a little longer to spin again. If I walked to the right side, it would have probably just spinned down immediately because I ran right below him. It's gonna turn right. This is a prime example like of the zones that I was talking about. Like if I'm running right, he's gonna turn right. So you can't really influence when he will turn, but you can influence where he will turn, which can be useful in a lot of situations. Like that one. And this is Melee. So Melee is usually an okay fight, but it can take a little longer depending on what Meditype decides to do here. We basically need to X defend once and X special twice, and then depending on what he does, we might have to X accuracy or X speed, or both, which would be kinda lame, so I'm hoping that doesn't happen. Special once. Okay, Drain Pinch is fine for now. Okay, this is fine. So this is the perfect fight. So as long as we don't get crit, we will be fine. He did not go for flash, which means we don't have to X accuracy. And we have enough health to not die to the Lucario, because the Lucario cannot speed us. That's a bad idea. Okay, that kills Skull. That's the wrong move. I was supposed to use Psychic. Interesting that that kills. I wonder why we use Psychic then. Oh well, I'm definitely gonna use Psychic here. So yeah, Lucario is faster, but he wouldn't kill unless it crit. Oh, okay, I know why we use Psychic now. Because of the metronome, okay, that makes sense. So now it's gonna die, I think. Yeah. So that's why you use Psychic, okay. That makes more sense. So in case you didn't know, the metronome is an item that basically boosts your the power of your moves if you use them consecutively. So the first time you use them, they have normal power, and then if you use them again in the turn right after, you're gonna be dealing... The power is gonna be 20% more, and then 40% more, and then so on and so on, until an extra 100 basically. So after 6 turns, I guess, you would be dealing the maximum amount. And that's why it's basically relevant there. If I had psychic damage choke, I would have immediately killed the... what do I need to do here? I forgot. Okay, I have to... Whoops. Oh my god. Game is so laggy. Okay. Gonna save here as well, because you never know. The game is being uncooperative, so I'm probably gonna be saving a lot more than usual. But yeah, if I got the Psychic Out and Number Choke, then I would have gotten the 20% boost for the Lucario right away, which means we get an instant kill. But since I messed up, we didn't. Right, so this one, just flamethrower everything. We want to live, we don't want to die obviously, but we don't want to live this fight with 2i health. Okay, so Disarming Voice is good. The problem with this fight is that the Clefairy here likes to use Life Dew a lot of times, which heals us. But at the same time, the enemy Pokemon can also use stuff like Venoshock and stuff like that can deal quite a bit of damage. So you don't want to be too high health going into this fight, but you don't want to be too low health either. And depending on what the AI does, things can go incredibly wrong, because you need to live this fight with low health on Monferno, because it's going to be important coming up. If you end up with full health, you can still do the upcoming fight, but it's going to be much harder, so we're hoping not to have to do that. Not for Blaze, actually. I'll explain it a bit. Basically, we're going to need it for the Wake fight, which is the 4th Gym Leader. And we're going to need Monferno to get killed immediately, basically, by the Quagsire, which wouldn't happen if it was full health. But if it's full health, if it's low health, since Gym Leaders have smart AI, it will always kill it. That's basically what we want. Alright. So we got Fly. Now we have to withdraw. Now we must not heal the Monferno. We need to keep it like this. We're just gonna... This is really bad, but oh well. Okay. I am a little worried about the healing items, because I'm using a lot of energy roots right away, and they can be quite useful later on, so I'm probably gonna have to start spamming super potions in the mid game, because I want to have the energy roots for specific parts of the run. Alright. Now we have a few trainers before we go to the water gym. As you can see, our Kadabra is currently level 28, so we're approaching the level 30 limit, or I guess a level 31 limit where it would start to disobey. And this limit will only be increased after we beat the Gym Leader, so Wake. This is a range, we did not get it. It's bad. But oh well. Getting hit there is also kinda cringe, because now I'm gonna have to heal before Wake again, and I'm not gonna have a super potion for that, so it's another energy root that I'm gonna have to waste, but whatever. I have a few spinners to dodge here. Oops. So that trainer right there actually only has one tile vision. So what I did there might have looked scary, but it's actually not. Just because he only has one tile vision, so you just have to hug the wall to the left and you're fine. Gonna pick up a calcium here. And now we have the last spinner we have to really worry about. Okay. And we're done. So from this point forward, we basically can hit any spinner. We still don't want to, and I will make my best efforts to not hit any spinners, but not nearly as relevant because we're going to be done with the disobedience issues soon, basically in this gym, and there are no spinners here. So that was the last spinner that we really have to worry about. So we have a few fights here. They're pretty standard, so I'm probably just going to use this time to explain how the Wake fight is going to go. So basically Wake has 3 Pokemon. It is probably one of the most complex fights in this game, in this run, I would say. He has 3 Pokemon, and basically we need to be level 30 by the beginning of the fight. So we're gonna level up just before we enter Wake. So we're gonna level up on the last Pokemon of the last trainer that we have to fight in this gym. And since we have the disobedience problem, we cannot level to 31 during the fight. And the way this was routed was to have basically the experience route in a way that we will be level 31 only after we defeat the last Pokemon in the fight. And so it is an incredibly tight experience threshold. It's like 70 something experience points. So it's really, that's why it's really important not to hit any optionals and that sort of stuff. But that's just one of the quirks about the fight. Then the fight itself. So the first Pokemon is going to be a Gyarados. For the Gyarados, we just have to use Shockwave, and we have a 15 and 16 range. Well, we would normally get a 15 and 16 range. In this run we don't, because we didn't buy the extra calcium for money reasons. But it should still be a favorable range. I forget exactly how favorable. But yeah, we have to hit that. If you miss that, it's basically, in a normal PB attempt, it will be run over. In our case, we'll just have to soft reset because the Gyarados one-shots us. And we outspeed it, so we basically have to one-shot it. That's the first Pokemon. The second Pokemon is a Quagsire, and this is where Monferno will come in handy. So we're actually going to switch our battle style from set to switch. You might have missed it in the beginning of the run, but I actually set my battle style to set, which is, the battle style is basically that mechanism that asks you if you want to switch a Pokemon after you've defeated another Pokemon on every fight. So normally, if you're playing casually, you're probably going to be using the switch battle style. But most Pokemon games have a set battle style where you can just not get prompts, which obviously saves a lot of time, so we use it in the speedrun. But we're going to change it here because we're going to actually switch to Monferno in the middle of the fight, and then we're going to taunt the Quagsire. And this will force the Quagsire to only use attacking moves, and it only has 2, which is Mudshot and they call it Skull. And this is important because the other moves that it has are moves that are very dangerous. They will basically ruin the fight. It has Haze and Rain Dance, which will basically make the fight just nearly impossible. So we have to use those, and then we have to basically die. Monferno has to die, which is why it's at low health, because it guarantees that the Quagsire will kill us. And then we will XP it with Kadabra, and then finish it off with Grass Knot. However, there are a few scenarios where things can still go wrong, like if Quagsire uses Skull, we'll have to heal. If Skull burns, it's basically fight over. There's a lot of things that can go wrong, because the last Pokemon is a Float Soul that has Aqua Jet, and Aqua Jet is a lot. and it is a priority move. Okay. So this is really unfortunate that I have to do this, unfortunately. I forgot to change the battle style. Alright, I think that's everything. Okay, so we're gonna start the fight. And yeah, as I was saying, like, if you... Like, the Floatzel is really strong, so you basically can't get too low health going into it, because otherwise it will go for Aqua Jet and kill you. And you have to act speed, because that's the only way you're gonna outspeed it normally. And so you basically need to get a mud shot. And it cannot be a crit or a high roll from the mud shot. But first we have to get through this range. Hopefully we'll hit it. Not very confident. Obviously we miss it. The game is very uncooperative today. But that's why we save. Obviously dying is very costly in this game because soft resetting takes forever. It takes forever for the game to load, as you can see. But I guess it works for marathon runs. But yeah, for a normal like PB attempt, dying is usually just a run dead because it just wastes so much time. I am getting really unlucky. I have made like a couple of mistakes here and there, but I feel like I've been losing a lot more time because of just bad luck. So hopefully we'll get the rank this time. Not feeling very confident. The game is just not helping me today. Okay, we got it this time. There's still a ton of things that can go wrong. This is one of the easier things to hit. So we're gonna switch to Monferno. Monferno should die. We're gonna taunt first. And the Quagsire is like at 39 HP. The Quagsire is basically guaranteed to kill us. So we got taunted, a mud shot. And now what we're hoping for is the mud shot here. If we get Skull, it's pretty bad. But we want... it's not the end of the world, but it's pretty bad. Yeah, we're gonna act speed here. Mud shot. Okay, that's fine. And we got it. Okay, fight done. Mud shot can still be a problem if it high rolls or crits, obviously, because then it's basically the same. The problem with Skull is that it's gonna do more damage, and so we're gonna be in Aqua Jet range. In this case, we're not gonna be in Aqua Jet range, so we're okay. And as you can see, we are about to level 31 now, after we defeat the Floatzel. So now we wouldn't obey, but since we just defeated the Gym Leader, we now obey again, so everything is fine. And that's Wake. So this was really the first, like, really scary part of this run for me, for a marathon, because I feel like I end up losing a lot more time here than any other place. Well, there's still one more moment later on in the run that can be brutal for a marathon run. But those are about it. Like, all the other places I lose a bit of time here and there, but it's usually okay. Wake, there's like tons of things that can go wrong with that fight, so I'm really glad we were able to get through it pretty fast. Oops. Right. What do I need to do? I need to heal. And repel, I think. Okay. I'm gonna save for this fight as well. I've never died to this one, unless I made a mistake, like using a wrong move or something. There is a way to die, I've been told, with like a combination of crit and quick claw, but usually we're fine. Thanks, Silver. Alright, next special. Okay, double tip is fine. It raises its evasiveness, but Shockwave is always gonna hit, regardless of accuracy and whatnot, so it's really nice. And this is particularly nice because we didn't get hit. It means we don't have to heal, probably, for a while. Alright. So, basically the way this fight could have gone wrong was for the Starly to attack us with... what is it called? Is it Pluck, maybe? I don't remember. It has a move, like if it quits that move, it can then Quick Claw on the second turn and kill us, which is pretty bad. But it's very unlucky, and very unlikely for that to happen. Alright. So now we have to follow the Galactic Grunt that we saw earlier. We have a few more spinners to go through. I'm taking the spinners really safe. Alright, talk to him. We have to talk to him one more time and then he's gonna face us. This is a wise... okay, I say that as a... oh, I don't think I should have used that. No, it's fine. Yeah, I have an extra one, it's good. Right. I actually have an extra repel, so I could have actually routed that out. It's fine. I would normally just stop repel there. Because we are gonna have to stop repel soon. Alright, so we have the grunt now. It's a very safe fight. Just Shockwave. Then we're gonna talk to Cynthia, and then we're actually gonna take a little detour. Normally, in an 90% run, we would just go to the place where the Psyducks are. So route 215? I forget exactly the number. But in this case, we're gonna do a few extra things. Okay, so we don't remember that. Because we need to get our Elite for round 2 requirements, so we need to register some more Pokemon. So we're gonna go to the ruins first in Solotheon to find an unknown. So this is a wild encounter, we just have to find it. And run from it, because we only have to see it. Alright. Now we have to run a bit here. Okay, that was fast. Sometimes it can take a while. Doesn't matter which form of the unknown it is. I guess this is a K? Or... I don't know. Does anyone know unknown language? Looks like a K. Right. Now we're gonna fight a couple of extra trainers again. We do need to repel first. It's actually nice that we're gonna run out of repels, which is nice, because otherwise we wouldn't use the last one, and it's just plugging up space in the menu. Okay, so here we have an Apom. We don't see an Apom anywhere else, as far as I remember, so we fight it here. There's also a Girafarig and a Psyduck. I don't know if we see them anywhere else either, to be honest. I don't think we do. I think all three of them are new encounters. Oh, and coming up we have the fog route. It's always nice. So in this game, certain areas of the map have fog. There's not many of them, like there's only a couple of areas that have fog. But this fog in particular in this next area is extremely difficult to see. However, it doesn't really have an effect. Like, normally you would get defog, but you don't actually have to get defog to get through it. You can just get through it, and you can actually see, or I can actually see. I don't know if you'll be able to see it on stream. It's a little hard, but you can actually get through the route with the fog, and it just saves time because getting defog is a little bit of a deter. So we don't do that. So the Pichu is also something we don't normally see, as well as the Pikachu. Getting quick attack, not very nice, but whatever. No, it's fine. We didn't get hit by the Starly, so in the end, not really gonna matter, I think. So this is a range. Yeah, we missed it, obviously. And we got confused, that's interesting. Oh my god. Please, okay, thank you. Never happened before. It's actually a pretty favorable range as far as I remember. But the fact that we don't hit it and we still get confused somehow, it's very interesting. So these are the Psyducks. And now we're gonna have to talk to Cynthia. Then we're gonna go up into the fog routes. Gonna be a little hard to see, especially on stream, but I don't know. If you get close enough, you might be able to see it. We'll see. Biggest problem with the fog route is that there are two spinners that we have to get through. Or actually, in Elite 4 on 3, there's only one. Because the other one is a spinner that we are intentionally gonna fight. Because we need to. But the other one is it's especially difficult to see. But the thing is, like, the fog doesn't really work the same way as it did in the original. In the original, the effect it had in the battle was pretty bad. In this one, it's not. Like, it doesn't really affect anything in battle for us. So this is the spinner that we would normally skip, but not tonight. So there's a Mothim here, also something we don't see anywhere else, I think. Then there's a Luxio and an Onyx, which we've already seen, but there was really no better way to find a Mothim in this game. Or at least none that I can think of. Especially since it's like in the middle of our path towards Stolastic. We do have to watch out for a ninja as well coming up. There's a ninja hiding. I don't really hit him often. I don't remember the last time I hit him. But we kind of have to be careful. Again, if we hit an optional, like, we can still usually just deal with it. It's a little unfortunate, especially because in a lot of places during the run you're gonna be tight on PP for your moves. And so hitting an optional might mean you have to take a center, or something like that. Or using an ether or something like that. In this run I would probably just center because we are also tight on ethers. But yeah, we did not hit the ninja, which is always nice. Now we have a couple more trainers. And then we have the last spinner. So I'm sure you can see everything. Some runners actually, this is quite interesting, so some runners actually run the game with inverted colors on their switch because it makes this part easier to see. The problem being you have to run the entire game with inverted colors, which just... I could never do that. It's really freaky. Alright. Okay, so this is the spinner. He's turning. He's facing down, so we have to wait. Wait, I messed that up. I shouldn't have run. Okay. Turn. You probably couldn't see him. That one is kind of difficult to see. Unless you... If you know where they are, it's actually okay. Like, that's like the biggest problem. If never, like, if you don't know where he is, it's pretty difficult. But if you know where he is, it's usually okay. Alright. We're done with Fogger out. We have one more grunt here. And then we are gonna go shopping. And we're also gonna perform a nice little trick with the switch. Yeah, you can kind of see it, yeah. Especially when he's facing down. If he's facing left, since his hair is like dark, can sometimes be a little difficult. Okay, no sucker punch is nice. Alright. Yeah, when he's facing down, you can kind of see it. Alright, so we have a bit of a story here. Might as well explain like something that I completely forgot about. I mentioned in the beginning that we are using like a specific date to start the run with. There's a few reasons we do that. One of them is so that it's nighttime when we get here. There are other reasons, like we don't want to fight joggers, and joggers will only see you in the morning, for example, so we manipulate the time so that we don't have warning whenever we hit joggers. The Machop is also more likely to appear, if I recall correctly, during the day, so the date itself is also important because there are dates that have a higher rate of encounters, for example. The date that we picked is one with low encounter rates. So there's a few reasons we pick. And now that it's nighttime, there's one guy in this building on the top left of this town that's going to give us 3 items depending on what time of the day it is. So right now it's nighttime, so it's going to give us the white glasses. And now what I can do is I can get out of the house and change the time on my switch. Whoops, to 4 AM. And now it's morning. And now if I go here, he has no idea what we just did. So he's just gonna give us the choice specs, which is another item that we will also be using. So that's a nifty little trick that we do. So yeah. So now we buy escape ropes. 26 repels. No, should buy revives. Yeah, okay. Alright. Now we have 12 super potions. We are gonna heal. Actually, hold on. We are not gonna heal yet. What was it? Here. I would normally heal here, but since I'm running, I'm really low on potions, so I'm not gonna heal yet because there is a chance I get hit in one of the upcoming fights before the gym leader. In normal any percent we would just heal because we would go straight to the gym leader here. Because basically the puzzle in this gym is to do math. The little sign there has basically like a math equation, and there's 3 possible answers. Each answer corresponds to a door. But the problem is always the same, and the doors are always the same. So you can just kind of cruise through it. In this case, we are intentionally gonna fail, I guess, in order to hit a couple of optionals that have a few Pokemon that we need to see for round 2 purposes. This one has 2 Drifloons. You wouldn't see a Drifloon anywhere else. So we get it here. And the next one has a Haunter, and the Haunter has Sucker Punch, so that's why I didn't heal. Even if, like, if I was good on healing items, I would probably just heal, because then I would avoid an extra menu before Fantina, but since I'm low, I'm just gonna wait it out. The next one is here. Yeah, and it went for Sucker Punch, so I made the right call, I think. So now we just Super Potion. We're not gonna heal to full. I don't think we need to heal to full. We're gonna be too... yeah, should be fine. 2 HP short, but that's fine. Shouldn't really matter. Alright. Yeah, we have to heal, save, and then go. So we have the Raspberry. The Raspberry is going to be most likely useful here because the Drifloon likes to use Will-O-Wisp, which burns. And so the Raspberry just basically heals the burn immediately, which saves us a turn. And burn is actually really bad here in this fight. The Raspberry makes it much better. But there's a lot of moves that it can go for. If he goes for a burn, he usually just goes for Hex right away because it's going to be better. So you have to heal the burn immediately, which is why the Raspberry can be really good. Strength Sap is perfect, the best thing you can do. Will-O-Wisp is nice now, I don't mind. We also have Synchronize on the Kadabra, which means you get burned as well. That's actually perfect, this is the perfect fight. Or not, like perfect would be Strength Step 3 times. But this is pretty damn close to perfect, so I'm happy with that. Okay, so now you have the Gengar. And use Mages. I'm gonna use Psychic on the Gengar. The Gengar can disable our Psychic, which is why we also use a different move for Miss Mages. Alright, done with Fantina. And now comes another section of detours. Normally we would go straight to Canalave and fight Rival 4. But now we're gonna do a few detours to get a few more Pokemon on the Pokedex. We're gonna fight a few more trainers. So now that we're done with this, we're gonna swap the metronome back to Kadabra. It's gonna come in handy in a couple of fights soon. And we have to heal. And we're gonna teach Shadow Ball as well over Shockwave. Shadow Ball can be really useful. There's a lot of fights we're gonna be using it on from now on. Talk to Cynthia again. Cynthia is the champion in this game. If you've played this game, you probably remember. Probably have nightmares about facing you. Because he was kinda tough. And... oh wait, forgot. I need to do this first. Not gonna heal to full, because I'm kind of full. Gonna Ether Psychic. Gonna teach Shadow Ball. Over... what was it? Shockwave, I think? Yeah. And that's it. In this one we get the Pokédex entries from I'm Junior and Bonsley. Both Pokemon that we wouldn't see anywhere else in the 90% part. And then we're gonna get a combi on the next one. It's also Pokemon we don't see. I do find it interesting that a lot of the Pokemon that we are finding here are Pokemon that are from this gen. And I almost messed it up. I need to be careful afterwards, because I went into the grass and I don't have a repel right now. Yeah, a lot of the Pokemon that we are registering here that are extra, like we don't find them in the normal 80% route, they're Gen 4 Pokemon, which is interesting. Okay, so I'm gonna get off the bike because I went into the grass and I'm hoping I don't get an encounter. I only have to walk like 2 tiles, so hopefully we'll be fine. Okay, we're fine. Right. Now we're going down here. We never go down here. It's actually interesting, like this route, we don't use it at all during the 90% run. It's just completely skipped. And it is a pretty big route. Yeah, Shatot is another one we don't normally see. Wait, no, this is the one. Useless thing is gimmick. Oh yeah, we also don't see a binary. Interesting. But we see its evolution. Yes, as a microphone. I missed the DS microphone. It's an interesting time. So now we're gonna go to Ganalave, and we are gonna hope to find a tentacle on the way. Gonna be surfing. Normally we would just repel, but since we have to find a tentacle for E4 round 2, we are just not gonna use a repel. The encounter rate's not very high in the water anyway, so we generally only get like 1 or 2 encounters max until we're done with the water. So I generally just don't use the repel here, and then if I don't find an encounter, I'll just have to stall here until I find one, or I can use a honey as well. Let's see. Okay, cool. That's actually the first time I get it first target. Usually I get like a couple of Wingles first. And Tentacle is pretty common here, but for whatever reason, usually it takes a while. And of course we got a second one immediately. I should just stop blocking. Right. I thought I had that. Interesting. Oh well. What do you have? A Mantike. What moves do I have? It's not ideal. I'm gonna have to Psychic. Yeah, that's bad. So this is a spinner. I actually thought I had it fine there, because I went into the... like the... Oh, interesting. This one is interesting. I'm not sure this will be fine. Wow. Okay. Alright, just die. Interesting. Alright. Still faster than just soft resetting, most likely, because I would have to look for the tentacles again and pick up all the extra items. Although we do end up here, so we have to fly again. Alright. Oh, there's also one unfortunate side effect here. I have to... deposit them on Inferno now. Alright. Hopefully we'll be fine this time. I'm gonna repel this time because... reasons. So I thought I would be fine on that spinner because I basically walked right as it was spinning up, so I just went for it down, but immediately turned. I probably should have just taken it more careful, but oh well. It's fine, we lose a couple of minutes here. So now I have to remember to... oh, I should remember. Should be fine, actually. Because now I had to deposit the Monferno because I don't want Monferno to gain extra experience. And I still have the battle spell on Switch, so would have wasted a ton of time. I wonder if this will save me from using an Ether, maybe, because I already healed. But I don't think so, because I had a lot of Psychics anyway. And Psychic is usually the thing we heal. Oh. This fight is pretty standard. The only thing that can happen here is you get hit by the Staravia, like a quick attack or something like that. I think it also has quick claw, so you can hit with something else. That's pretty much it. Everything else is just, you just wipe everything. If you do take damage, you have to heal, and you take the opportunity to switch your items because you're going to need to switch them soon. In this case, since I wasn't hit, I'm just going to go straight into the next fight. So this is Byron's gym. For the most part, it's an okay gym, but the first fight can be a little annoying. And the last one, of course, the gym leader is also pretty rough. There's also a safer strat for the gym leader that I will not be using. So it's gonna make things a little more awkward. But let's see. Nice avoid, that's really good actually. I don't have to heal. One of the problems with this is that he can paralyze us, he can also freeze us because he has Ice Fang, I think. But still we have to switch. Okay. Hello? Why is my... Hold on. Why is my box not work? Does the boxes not work here? Oh my god. Are you serious? Okay. I was not aware of that. Do boxes not work inside gyms? That's interesting. I guess it makes sense. It's the first time this has come up. That's really cool. That makes sense. Alright, so I guess what we'll do is we'll just... It's not ideal, but we'll have to do it. So we're gonna get our battle style back. And we're just gonna get a few, like a bit of extra EXP on the Monferno. Turn, please. I've wasted enough time. Thank you. Right. So we give it... Alright. So the reason we don't want the experience on Monferno is because we don't want it to evolve to Infernape. We might still be fine because I think we have like a decent threshold. So we might still not evolve as long as I do everything right afterwards. But yeah. I do have to remember to change the style, the battle style again. Which is unfortunate, but yeah. Right. So these fights are all pretty easy. We get basically one-shots everywhere. The previous fight, we had a range on the Steelix. Actually, I'm not sure if it's a range on this run. It is on any percent, but since we are a little higher level, might not be, not sure. It is kind of interesting. Like, I understand why they would forbid you from using a box, for example, in the Pokemon League. But in the gym, it just feels kind of pointless because you can just go out of the gym and use it. As opposed to the Pokemon League, where once you get in, you can't really get out. It seems kind of weird that it does that, but oh well. Right. This is the fight that you can also use Shadow Ball on, which saves super effective decks. But we have a range on it's a favorable range, but it's a kill range on the Steelix, but if you use Grass Knot, it's guaranteed. So we just use Grass Knot here. Again, might be also one of those where it may actually not be a range anymore, because we are higher levels than usual. A lot of this run is, like I said, based off any percent. So some things are gonna end up being a little easier because you are a higher level. Right. Okay, so now I have to change the battle style. I'm already at full health, so I only have to change the battle style and save, and that's it. Yeah, hopefully Baron will go well, because we've had pretty bad run so far. Okay. Back to switch. Let's save. So there is one other strat here. Basically, Byron has two Pokemon that have Sturdy. And one of the strats, which is safer than this one, it's not faster, but it is safer, is to use Stealth Rock on Monferno. So you start the fight with Monferno, use Stealth Rock, and finish off the Bronzer with Monferno, and then basically use the Kadabra for everything else, because the Stealth Rock will break Sturdy. But I don't have that. I don't even know if it's easy to integrate that in E4 on 3 because of the money issues that I talked about earlier. Because I stole the Stealth Rocks that I got. But yeah, the other strat is to just use Mach Punch here on the Steelix. The Steelix should kill. I think even though I'm full health, I think it should still kill. Yeah. So use the Mach Punch to break 30. We finish it off with the Kadabra. And then we have the last Pokemon, which is where things can get a little complicated, because it is a Bastiodon, and it has basically like 3 chances to crit us, and get crit. Things can go south really quickly. So we X defend. Hopefully no crits. Okay, that's nice. Grass Knot. Okay. Oops. So we have to heal now. I'm gonna use a super. Hopefully no crit again. It's nice. As long as we don't get crit here, we should be fine. Okay, we're good. Alright, that's Byron. That wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. We only lost 3 minutes over the course of this entire thing, like all these issues in the split. So it's not that bad. I thought we would be losing a lot more, to be honest. And in this case, it wasn't really, like, it was basically my fault, most of it. Alright, so gonna have to use Super Repel. I'm gonna use it here. I haven't quite figured out where to use this one to basically have like a perfect repel. But this place seems okay. Right. Now we're gonna take another detour. So normally we would go to the lakes now. But we're not going to do that just yet. We're gonna go to the Iron Island first, a place that we never go to in a normal run, because we're gonna fight an extra trainer there, and we're also gonna pick up an extra item there. Again, for round 2 reasons. But we have to get through this story section first. Oops. Right. We have an extra item here. And now we're gonna go into the cave here and fight one trainer. So in this fight we get the Cherim. The Seraphim we already saw it because Barry has one. But the Cherim is the second Pokemon, we don't see him anywhere else. Then we have a big menu to do. Gonna have to Ether our Psychic. Gonna teach Dazzle Gleam finally. Another very useful move, especially because of double battles, because you can hit two Pokemon at once. We do have to change the battle style again, and now it should be good. Like we're not going to change the battle style anymore. So heal. Again, I'm gonna focus on super potions from this point on. Because I don't want to wait the energy roots right now. Now we escape, bro. Okay. Now we're gonna go to the Celestic Town. Now, normally, what the game expects you to do at this point is to go to the lakes, and we are gonna go to the lakes, but we're gonna take a small detour first, and this is also something we do in any percent. We actually go up to Snow Point first, because it basically gets us a bit more experience. And this is actually something that you couldn't do in the original game. Like you were forced to go to the lakes first, and then you could actually go here. But in this game you can go to Snow Point first, and then tackle the lakes. And so we're gonna do that to get a few extra trainers before we fight Saturn. Oops. Right, we got 2 rare candies here. We're gonna use them later on. So this is Route 216, home of one of the best songs in this game. So once we get to Snow Point, we're actually not going to go to the lakes right away either, and this is something that we only do in E4 round 3. Normally we would go right away to fight Saturn. In this case, we are actually going to go to Pastoria first to fight another extra trainer and to find the Whooper, a wild Whooper. And then after that we will go and fight Saturn. This is the detour that looks much more like a detour than the others, like you're actually flying someplace else. Feels a little weird, but we haven't really optimized it yet, I guess. I don't know. Maybe there is a more optimal way to do that. But we haven't really come up with it yet. Okay. Oh, I don't need this calcium. Oh well, that's fine. So this is Rock Climb. Rock Climb is a hidden move. Well, they kind of changed the way hidden moves work in this game. Now they're just TMs and you can use them outside battle without even having them tossed on one of the Pokemon. So you don't need to teach them. Which is pretty nice. It's a nice quality of life improvement. But it is interesting that this game has a lot of easily missable HMs. Like Rock Climb is just in the middle of nowhere in the snow. Fly is also like in the Galactic HQ, like really hidden. Defog is also missable. It's in the Great March. We don't even get it in this run. And the weird thing is that you actually need some of them, like you need Rock Climb to finish the game. So I could imagine someone having missed that and then not knowing how to finish the game. Alright, so now we're in Snow Point. I forgot. We have to switch this. And we keep the white glasses. Kadabra. And now we fly. So now we have the fly point, so we can actually go back here later. We'll fly. This is a section that I'm not really very good at. No, that was okay. Could have been worse. Oops. We got an extra ether there. Now we're gonna get a rare candy. Alright. Alright, cool. I'm gonna take it really safe because I'm not confident with spinners these days. Even though that one is not even like your average spinner, because that one is on a timer. So now we rejected the repel renewal because we want to find a whooper here. And obviously now it's not going to show up forever. The encounter rates on water are usually like a lot lower. Takes a while to find one. Oh my god. You know what? Seriously? Okay. Didn't quite work out. Oh my god. Hello? Why is it taking this long to find something, anything? I wonder. No, can't be. Yeah, it can't be. Yeah, it has, and it actually is like it's financial, but like it's usually like really fast. It has never taken this long. It's really weird. The upside is that I don't think I've ever found anything that isn't a whooper here. But that's really weird that it took that long. Oh well, it's fine. We're done with it. That was the last random encounter we needed. Alright, Shadow Ball. So from this fight we get Goldeen and Bear Pouch. Both Pokemon that we wouldn't see anywhere else either. And now we're gonna go to Veilstone. And we need to set up our Poketch as well to show us our steps, because that's gonna come in useful for a trick that we're gonna be performing soon. One more extra trainer. This one has a Wormadam. Yeah, that's the last one we do before pattern. Now I am gonna have to set up my Poketch with my step counter, because this is gonna be important for the trick that I'm gonna be doing. Wow, it has Sucker Punch. Interesting. I'll just deal that before 7. Okay. We're gonna open up our Poketch. Okay. Alright. That was a little weird. I should have done it earlier. Fine. So now we're gonna have to pay attention to the Poketch to know at what step the repel will end, because we're gonna use that for a little trick that we're gonna be doing in a minute. It should end here, so it's at 90. So it ended at odd 90, so it's gonna, the next one is gonna end also at odd 90. Right, saving here as well, because why not? So basically this game, if you play this game in the beginning, like, you'll probably know that the game is incredibly broken. There's a lot of bugs. And so there's actually a glitched category and a glitchless category for any percent. And I guess there's, you have the same thing for other categories. Because the glitched version basically only takes like 15 minutes to finish the game. And the glitchless version takes a little over 3 hours, so that's quite a big difference. And this category that I'm doing today is glitchless, just like 90%. However, there is one slight glitch that we actually allow in the category. That involves basically skipping the gym on candidates, or skipping the puzzle basically, by doing a really fast strat using a trick with the repel. So we're gonna swap specs. Now we're gonna fly to Twin Leaf, and we have to go to the other lake. And we're gonna go talk to Mom because we can actually heal us. It's really nice. Alright. It's just very convenient that Mom heals us here. Now we have a double fight to do, and then we have Mars. The double fight is usually okay, unless we get crit. If we get crit, Kadabra dies, and then we have to revive it mid-fight, which is not good. But yeah, if we don't get crit, then it should be a very safe fight. Alright. So we have special here. Take advantage of the fact that we have 2 Pokemon, and use one to set up and the other one to attack. Dazzling Gleam is a really good move because it just wipes out everything in double fights. Do this again. Sucker Punch is bad, but at least we didn't get crit, so we're good. And now we're gonna heal. I am gonna use an energy root now, because I just started getting friendship problems. So the reason we actually buy all those herbs is because herbs decrease friendship. And if you have increased friendship, then you're gonna waste time because your Pokemon is gonna do silly things during the fight. Okay, no Sucker Punch is nice here. Now we don't have to heal. Just have to deposit Monferno. And then we surf. And we need the White Classes, yeah. Okay. So conveniently we can also surf behind these guys. I just find it funny. Whoops. You have to switch this. Wait, I forgot. Okay. My menus are really bad today. Alright. So again, we deposit Monferno just to avoid evolving it. I'm not sure if we will be avoiding it because of the issue that we had earlier. But we're gonna try not to. So for this fight, we're hoping for no crits. That's pretty much it. Okay, we did not get crit, so we're good. Now we just wipe everything. Yeah, Kaze is the main poke. It has been for a while. Basically the first hour is Monferno. And then we've been using Kaza, but we do use Monferno every now and then, especially in the double fights. Can be useful. And we are still going to use Monferno for a couple more fights, but for the most part, Kaza will be dominating the run until about 3 hours in. when we get Dialga, and then it's just Dialga basically. Well, actually no, we'll still, even after we get Dialga, we'll still use Kaza for a bit before we switch to Dialga. Alright. So remember the thing that I said about the repel wearing off at 90 or odd 90? That's actually where this is gonna come in handy. First we're gonna heal here. I really wish I could have used an energy root, but I need to save a few more. Not ideal. I wasted a lot of potions in the early game. So as you can see, we're getting close to the 90 steps. So the idea is to stop the repel at a specific point where we'll basically be able to skip most of the gym. This is not very optimal, but it's fine. We're gonna have to waste a few steps here. And there we go. So basically the repel stops in the middle of the ice. And so you just stop. And then you can go forward. So basically you can change your direction in the middle of the ice, which is... I guess it's a glitch. Although I've been told that this was not a thing in the original version that came out with the game, so this was introduced afterwards. So perhaps it is a feature. I don't know. Alright. So Mist is cool. I like that. The Sneasel here is actually faster than us, but he usually doesn't attack us because he goes for Avalanche, which is a minus priority move. So that's why we actually went first. In any case, it wouldn't kill us, it's not really a big deal. Alright, that's Candice. I'm having a little issue with sound on my end. It's only on my end, you should still be able to hear sound. Because the sound that I'm hearing comes from someplace else, but I might have to try and fix that when I get a time. Okay, so that's Candice. We're gonna keep the Poketch for now because it's just a tiny optimization, we can still use it to basically know when the repel will end, and we're going to be using the bike by that point, so we can just optimize our bike movement by putting it on the lower gear when the repel ends. But then we'll go to Poketch. Alright. We talk to this front, it's gonna give us, well, it's not gonna give us, it's gonna drop one of the keys, the storage key, yeah. Which is a key that we will use to enter the Galactic HQ. And I completely I talked about optimizing my movement and I completely forgot about the repel. Oh well. Alright. So I have a spinner here. I'm gonna take it really cautiously. Alright. So I have now a few very standard fights. I'm gonna try and use one of these fights to get up and fix my sound. Probably the next one. So in this section there's not really much going on. Basically like a few spinners that we have to get through. This is another one. I think I should have sound now. Yeah, I did. Alright. Now we get the key, and now we can actually go through the front entrance of the building instead of the storage. We have a couple more fights that we have to do still. And then we're gonna fight Cyrus 1, because we fight him two times. The first one is pretty easy, the second one is the scariest part in this run. So another spinner. We're gonna again, like, we're gonna run right in front of him to basically make him turn up, and then we're gonna walk, and this makes him turn up. So now we can just fight this one. This one is a trainer that we have to fight. This one is just psychic. Okay. So now we're gonna withdraw Monferno again, because we have a double fight coming up. We need him there. And then we're gonna deposit him right away after the fight. There's a very convenient bed here that heals us. Not really sure what the logic is here, like a kid sleeping in an unknown bed in an evil place, but whatever. So now we have one Inferno. Picked up a full restart that might come in useful in a fight later on. So now we have one Inferno and we're just gonna get through this fight. Oh, one Inferno is getting interesting. That I don't normally see. Okay, Sucker Punch is pretty standard here. Luckily this one is a fight that you cannot die to. Even if you crit Sucker Punch, we're fine. But generally we just use Monferno here to heal because of Sucker Punch. And again, like Dazzling Gleam is just such a good move that these fights are all really good to take as double battles. Although I'm not sure if this fight actually can be done in singles. Hopefully no more. Okay, another Sucker Punch. Lovely. Gonna have the Super Potion again. I think I'll just Energy Root here. I'll Super Potion one more time. Whoops. Wait. Let's play that. Do this first and then this. Alright. So now we have to deposit. And we're gonna pick a few items that we're gonna use later. Another rare candy and an elixir. And then we're gonna fight Cyrus. Cyrus fight is pretty standard, there's nothing really... I don't think I've ever died to it. The second Cyrus fight is the one that's actually scary. But I'm still gonna save, because, again, the game has been trolling me all along. Has he revealed his name is Cyrus yet? Because on the name tag it just says boss. I mean, I guess it's gonna mention here, yeah, it's gonna mention Cyrus, but it's interesting that his name, like his tag just says boss. And nothing else. So he has a Murkrow, a Golbat, and a Sneasel. The Sneasel will outspeed us, but it should still be fine. The Sneasel is a range with that on Glim. Hopefully we get it. We haven't really been getting many ranges this run. Claws is fine. Alright, cool. This is really good. So now I don't have to heal. I was kind of worried because even with the super potions, I'm running low on healing items. So it's really nice that we got this. Because now I don't have to heal, and I don't have to heal for a while, I think. Actually, yeah, we might get a hit in a couple of fights. Next one is free, but we might take a hit the following fight. So now that we fought the boss, for some reason we have to fight one of his lackeys, so I have no idea why that is. We have to fight Saturn, And Saturn is a free fight. There's no like variance or anything here. It's always the same fight. Unless you hit the wrong moves. So normally, in an 80% run, right now we would be going to Mount Coronet. But first, we're gonna do another detour for Pokédex reasons. I'm gonna take off the bike here because these are trainers that I did not fight. And that movement's a little tough with the bike. So this is a cool mechanic. We are actually fighting with the water background because we are in water even though we was in land. There's many places you can actually do this. So there's a Graveler in this fight. Well, there's our Riolo, which is also something we don't find anywhere else, I think. But the Graveler is also something we don't really find anywhere else. And the Graveler has sturdy, so we're probably gonna take a hit here. I would like not to, but... yeah. That's a pretty big hit. Alright. So we're done with this fight, and now we're going to Mount Coronet. And we're approaching the scariest section of the run. Because in Mount Coronet, we're gonna go to Spear Pillar, and there's gonna be a couple of fights that are both like pretty hard fights, and we have to do them back to back. If we die to the second fight, we have to do the first one again. And so this is like devastating for a marathon run. So hopefully things will be fine. Come on. Alright. So another instance of the one tile gaps. That shouldn't have been one tile gaps. This is one that a lot of people complained about, especially casual people. But even speedrunning wise, like this is... it takes a little to get used to that gap. one more ether here. Alright, that was clean movement. I'm gonna get a max revive here. In any percent, we generally get a revival herb. So it's an herb, like from the herb shop earlier in the run. But that's really expensive. So in this run I just get this max revive instead. Oh my god, Jesus. My movement is terrible today. Can't believe I bonked that. Then again, I generally just wait until he goes to the middle and I take the left. Probably should have done that. Right. We have another ether that we're gonna get here. And one last spinner. Cool. Right, so we're approaching Spear Pillar. Fun fact, I don't think a lot of people know this, but Spear Pillar is actually slightly different between the games, between Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, and the same is true in the original game, in Diamond and Pearl, and also in Platinum. Platinum also has like its own version of Spear Pillar. It's kind of subtle, but basically like the columns in Spear Pillar are in slightly different positions depending on the game. In Diamond and Pearl, they're basically like a mirror of each other. In Platinum, I think it's a little different. But it's actually something that most of us like didn't know about in the speedrun community. And the reason we found this out is because when I developed the tool for the music thing, I developed it using Brilliant Diamond because it's a game that I have, and so I used screen recognition based on the Spear Pillar in this game. And then when someone played Shining Pearl, the transition for Spear Pillar actually failed, and then I ended up realizing that it's because of this, because the pillars are actually in different positions, which is pretty interesting. Not really sure why they did this, because it's quite subtle, like you wouldn't notice it unless you were looking for it. Alright. So in this fight, let's hope for no fake out. Alright, cool. I don't think I'll heal this, I think I'll just go. We can get Sucker Punched by one of the Pokemon in the next fight. I don't remember which one. I think we're okay. Alright. We have to withdraw Monferno. What level is he? 31. I think we'll be fine. In terms of evolution, I don't think we'll evolve. We'll see. Okay, so this is interesting because at this point, like, Monferno wasn't really doing anything, but now out of nowhere, in this fight, he's actually actively doing something. Because he's gonna use Flamethrower on Dustox to kill it. Level 32 should be fine. Okay. Alright. So now we might get Sucker Punch, so I'm gonna heal. And I'm gonna use a root. Yeah. Alright. So we have to heal again. But we're done with this. So now we have Mars and Jupiter, which is one of the fights of all time. Absolutely terrible. It's kind of hard to die, but you can waste a lot of time there. There's a cutscene first, so I'm gonna go through the cutscene first and then do the menu and save. To avoid having to go through this again if I die. But this is the scariest part of the run because we're gonna have to face Mars and Jupiter, and then we're gonna have to fight Cyrus without saving in between. So if we die to Cyrus, and the Cyrus fight is difficult. If we die to Cyrus, then we basically lose, like, I don't know, 8 minutes? I don't know, something like that. Really bad. So hopefully things will go okay. I have to heal first and give to rare candies to Kadabra. For M and J, we basically have to do the fight with Barry next to us. And actually Barry is the problem in the fight. He's gonna do stuff that we don't really want him to do. So one more energy. So we still have 3. I think that should be enough. Alright. Save. There we go. So fingers crossed. Hopefully we're fine. Like, this fight is the main reason for like a bigger estimate, because you can, like, if you die here, then you're gonna be much closer to estimate. And if you die twice, then it's really bad. Interesting. So generally they go for payback a lot. This is not what we want to see. So what you want to do is to basically take out the right side first, and then take out the left side first. Unfortunately, the Munchlax generally likes to do whatever. I think I'll do this. I don't really like to do this, but I would rather take care of this now. It's not ideal. We might die here, but we'll revive. Yeah, we die here. So now we're gonna have to revive, which is not great. Paralysis is really good. So that, like, the Kadabra dying here is pretty common, which is really kind of unfortunate. They are being, like, a little bit more aggressive than usual. I don't generally get stuff like this. Ooh, that's not ideal. I actually might lose this. I have to go for this. I think I might die here. Actually, I might have to reset this. Just something that hasn't really happened in a while. Because now we're gonna have Golbats and Ugly at the same time. And one of them is gonna kill us, pretty sure. Not sure what to do. I think I'll revive Monferno in the off chance that we can... Yeah, this dies, obviously. And Golbat's gonna do the same thing. Probably. Or we just get 2 Golbats, that's actually okay. Sludge Bomb, okay. My hope is that I can actually... The fact that Monferno died right away is really unfortunate. And they're gonna like her. I just can't catch a break. They're bearing. Ooh. That's really close. I don't know if I live this. I'm just gonna risk it. I don't think I can live this. If he targets me, then I'm dead. Oh, okay. Never mind. Why didn't he go for U-turn? Does he not have U-turn? Thought he did. That's strange. Alright, we're cool. Should be fine. Or not. Oh my god. How did not die there? And I'm dead. Wow. Interesting. I guess because I wasn't +2. Yeah. That's unfortunate. Been a while since I've had like this bad of a Mars in Jupiter. It's usually bad, but not this bad. I think like the main problem there, to be honest, was that they were just super aggressive throughout the entire fight. So every time I got them on Inferno out, I couldn't even like heal it properly because they just I could only revive, and that was it. That's really unfortunate. Alright, let's see if we can do this again. It's just not helping me. I don't know. Maybe I should just do this. I basically got the exact same fight as earlier. And now I got confused. That's very interesting. Golbat, okay. This is actually why we get the full restore. Right, so as long as I don't get confused again, then it should be okay. Alright. Paralysis is nice. Right. should be fine. Unless he like crits or something. I think we should be okay. Gonna die here, yeah. Whew, that's close. Dies anyway. Okay. We're good. We lost a few minutes because of this, but we're okay. So now as long as we don't die to Cyrus, then I'm okay with that. Man, that was rough. Right. We do get healed here. It's obviously nice, but we don't get to save. Which is why this is gonna be super scary. With how my luck has been, like, in this run, I don't know what to expect anymore. Dying to Cyrus is incredibly rare, to be honest. It's really costly, but in all fairness, like, it's pretty rare. Been a very long time since I've died to Cyrus. And there's not a lot of ways that you can die, even though it's a complex fight. Hopefully we'll be okay. So the first Pokemon that Cyrus has is a Honchkrow that has a 100% crit rate. So we can't even set up there, because it would just die there. So instead we just Dazzling Gleam right away to take it out. Then we have a Gyarados. We will die to the Gyarados with Kadabra, but then we will revive with Monferno and then finish it off. And then we have a Crobat and a Sneasel, or a Weavile, that is. Both the Crobat and the Weavile outspeed us. The Crobat generally goes for Tailwind. If it goes for Tailwind, it's fine. We just kill it right away with Psychic, and then we just have to dodge one crit from the Weavile, basically. So all things considered, as long as things go according to normal, we should be fine. Let's see. This is a Honchkrow that we have to take out immediately. Now it sends a Gyarados. Sometimes the Gyarados, like, he likes to switch out the Gyarados for whatever reason. He did not here, so he kills us now. It's fine. The switch out on the Gyarados can be a little confusing, so hopefully we don't get that. Now we use the Max Revive. Alright, cool. Did not switch out. Still has one last chance to switch out. Hopefully that doesn't happen. So Psyshock. Alright, cool. Got rid of the Gyarados. Now we have a Crobat. Hopefully we get Tailwind. If it goes for U-turn, then our Psychic will do nothing. Okay, we get Tailwind, so nice. He dies instantly, and now we have to tackle the Weavile. So now the only way we can die is if the Weavile crits us. So hopefully that doesn't happen. Like special. He goes for Dig right away. When he goes for Dig right away, we just Dazzling Gleam. Okay, did not crit us. So we're good. Whew. The game decided to give me a break finally. Alright, so that's actually the perfect Cyrus to fight. The Weavile sometimes go for, or usually it goes for Fling first, and then you have to X defend, because it goes for dig afterwards. But it didn't happen this time, so we're fine. So this is Dialga. We're finally catching it. We're gonna be using it, not right away, but for a good portion of the run. So we get rid of the Monferno. We give the Metronome to the Dialga. We won't be using it yet, but we'll use it later, so we're moving it already. Now we're going to Prestoria. Now we're gonna take another slight detour in order to find another Pokemon that we would never see in a 90% run. Let's please not hit this spinner. That was actually kind of scary. I shouldn't have done that. Oh well. That wasn't really safe, but whatever. So here's Hazel, one of the lake legendaries. We have to see it for Pokédex completion. So that's what we're doing here. But in this case we can just run. Oh wait, I forgot something. No, it's fine, I can do it now. I was supposed to heal at the hotel. That was perfect. I predicted where the repel would end. Alright. So we got Hazel. Now we get a Magikarp, Finion, and Feebas. Feebas is something we would already see in an upcoming fight, but the other two, we don't really see them anywhere else. So this is the last city. It's where we will get our last gym badge. The gym in this town is an electro type gym. Even though there's not really a lot of electric types in the gym. That's actually something that happens quite a lot in this game, like the typings don't really make sense. In some cases, I guess it's understandable. Like, for example, one of the Elite Four members is supposed to be like a fire type Elite Four member, but he only has 2 fire type Pokemon. But it's understandable because there's literally only 2 fire type Pokemon in the entire game. In the Sinnoh's X, that is. In the National X, there's more, but yeah. But I think for this one is a little weird because, I don't know, I feel like there's enough electric Pokemon that this shouldn't really be a problem. This part of the game kind of feels like filler, like for the most part, there's not really a lot going on. Especially Victory Road, like it's a very involved Victory Road, there's a lot of trainers that you have to fight, and the fights are not really that interesting. And this gym is kind of the same. The gym leader, I guess it's an interesting fight, but everything else just very standard, and there's a lot of fights. There's also a couple of spinners. One of them I will be taking very carefully because it has 4 Pikachus, and I don't want to fight 4 Pikachus. The second one I'll probably YOLO it. Because we have to get through it 3 times. Like we have to pass the spinner 3 times. So if I hit it on the first one, then I can just not have to, like I won't have to worry about it in the next ones. Alright, that's the kid with the 4 Pikachus. This is the one that I generally YOLO. Oof, that was close. Alright. I just usually find it okay to YOLO. Especially since it has like 1 Pokemon, which is a Raichu that gets one-shot pretty easily, so it's usually not a big deal, even if you hit it. The Pikachu is here a range. No, not the Pikachu, the Raichu in this the second Pokemon here. It's a range, and it also has quick attack. We are gonna have to start looking at stats because Dialga has random stats, as opposed to Kadabra. And stats are gonna matter for a few things later. We do know the nature because since Kadabra has Synchronize, the nature of any Pokemon that you get with it is gonna be the same one as Kadabra. Which in this case is the quiet nature, so plus special and minus speed. As you can see, there's a lot of Pokemon here that are not electric type at all. And this is the trainer, the prime example of this. The Steelix and a Medicham. The Steelix has 30, so we are probably gonna take a hit here. Alright, that's fine. We're gonna have to heal it just before the gym leader. But we won't heal it right away because we might still hit the spinner down there. I have a feeling I'm gonna hit the spinner. Alright. In this case, I would never YOLO it. This doesn't make sense. If he's looking up, I generally just YOLO there. And now is when I would YOLO it again, but I'm not going to because he turned like really fast. And I'm getting punished for it, I should have just gone. Damn it. He turned really fast when I went past him. So I was a little concerned that he would just turn. Oh my god. Dude. Oh my god. Why? Alright. We're almost done with optionals anyway, so... I'm okay with that. So this is the gym leader, the last gym leader. For this fight, we're basically just gonna psychic everything. We have voice packs anyway. The Raichu here is gonna basically spam Volt Switch. Gonna do it right away. Since it's gonna go back. And this was planned, so the idea here is to use Psychic to finish, like to kill the Ambipom here. He's gonna pull out the Raichu again. And now we're gonna act speed. And as long as we don't get crit, the rest of the fight will go fine. Okay, we did not get crit, so we're fine. Now we're faster than Raichu. And everything else for that matter, so now we just psychic everything and we're done. And we are gonna take this opportunity to look at our stats for Dialga because it's gonna level up now, I think. Yeah. Alright, we have good speed. Is really the biggest thing we need. Did not check all my stats, but I'll check those later on. Not very good special attack, but oh well. Alright, that's Wagner. And we lost a minute because of that spinner. I think it would have been faster to hit the spinner and do the fight. Just took forever to turn. This is Jasmine. She's a gym leader in the Johto region. We've played like silver or gold or crystal. You might remember from there. So we heal this. And I forgot the super repel. Alright. So this is another optional that we intentionally fight. This is for the Luminion. And I think this is the last intentional optional that we take. Everything else up and like from this point forward will just be mandatory trainers, I think. Right, one more spinner. Which is this one. She's already looking down, so I'm gonna have to wait. I actually don't know how spinner zones work in the water. I don't know if spin zones are a thing, because like you can't really, like you can't run in the water. Like there's no running equivalent. You're always at the same speed. So I'm guessing there's no such thing as spinner zones here, but I don't know. Yeah, Pokemon runs can be a little overwhelming sometimes. But to be fair, like, there's usually like notes. Unless like the game just came out, which I guess that's the case there. But with notes it's usually kind of alright, as long as you follow them. But obviously when you're starting to like grind for it, it can get a little overwhelming because you have to think of all sorts of things, because a lot of things go wrong during the run. As demonstrated by this run. PDSP is fun. I mean, I say that having had like the worst luck I ever got in a run. Granted, I don't do a lot of marathon runs, so generally if you start getting bad luck early, you just reset. So you don't actually have the chance to get to this point, but it's insane the amount of things that just happen. Obviously, I also made quite a few mistakes, but you should not really be dying this many times to crits and stuff like that. Or just bad ranges and stuff like that. Yeah. But it is a fun game, I would say. I think the route is really cool for glitchless. It is a little tough, especially to get started with, because like I said, it's very brutal in the early on. The tiniest mistake and you basically will have to reset unless you play with autosave. Which is ultimately the answer, like if you're starting off, you're gonna play with autosave so that you can do runs and not have like the tiniest mistakes like completely ruining everything. I have to ether here first. The glitchless route is pretty much what I'm running, but without a few things basically. The Elite 4 round 3 route is largely based on the glitchless route, but we basically take a few detours here and there to find certain Pokemon because we have to register all of them in the Pokédex. But they're like the main parts of the route are basically the same. So there is one glitch, I don't know if you can, I guess you can call it a glitch, that is allowed in glitchless, but that's the only thing I did, yeah. But this is glitchless. But we allow one glitch in Candice's gym. There's a repel trick that you can do. That's the only glitch that we allow in this category. And the reason we allow it is because it's really consistent and it doesn't really skip like mandatory trainers or anything. You can still do the puzzle normally and you wouldn't fight anyone in the gym. So it basically just saves a few seconds. So you don't have to do the entire puzzle. No, that's not the one. I believe that one was patched. Could be wrong, but I think that one was patched. All those, like, the big glitches that everyone knows about from the launch of the game, like, most of them were patched pretty quickly. And so even, like, if you want to do a run, a glitch run, you need, like, one of the older patches. Which is kind of sad because the glitch run actually looks pretty interesting, but it's just like not very accessible. So as I was saying like earlier, this victory road is incredibly involved. There's lots of trainers that you have to fight, and the fights are not really that interesting. So it kind of drags a bit, but luckily like we're approaching the Elite 4 and that's when things pick up again. I do need to check a few more stats for my Dialga. Dialga is like obviously a I was actually about to talk about that. So Shining Pearl is faster than Brilliant Diamond because Shining Pearl has Palkia, and Palkia is a better Pokemon for this round. It is faster than Dialga, and it has just a better typing, like Water type. It's really cool. And for any percent glitchless, like the difference is not huge, but there are still like separate categories. For Elite 4 round 3 and round 2, like not a lot of people have done this run, but I believe like the difference is much bigger here, because the round 2 and round 3 fights with Dialga are just a lot tougher in my opinion. And even stuff like Heatran, for example, which is like a piece of cake with on Shining Pearl, with Dialga it's a little tougher. then you actually have to defeat Hatron, because you have to defeat it or catch it, and catching it is just not convenient, so yeah. Alright. So this is the last fight we're gonna do with Kaza. It's actually pretty easy. So the way it works, yeah, but like you basically use the Poketch. The Poketch has a step counter. So you use it beforehand to know when your repel is gonna wear off, because you know it's 200 steps long. You take note like of when your last repel ended, and so you know when the next one is gonna end. And then you just use that. The glitch itself is like pretty easy to, once you know what it is and how it works, it's pretty easy to get down. Alright. Wait, I forgot something. So put this back in our bag. Alright, Thunderbolt. And now Dragon Balls. Okay, I don't think I missed anything. Alright, we have good defense. I'm still missing a couple of stats, but I'll check those at some point. So now we got rid of Kadabra. And now we're just gonna use Dialga for the rest of the game. Nice. Alright. Almost done with Victory Road. There's just so many trainers here. And it's weird because, like, I don't know, there's certain sections in the game where you could just skip all the trainers, and there's sections where you have to basically fight nearly all of them. It's not very consistent in that regard. Alright, we're finally done with Victory Road. And now it should pick up again. We have the Rival 5 fight coming up. It's the last time we're gonna face the Rival. Usually, like a standard fight, as long as you don't get crit at the wrong time, we should be fine. But we have to buy some items first. Gonna buy some full resource and some max repels that we're gonna use later. We can dodge the grid. So Barry here it's gonna leave Staraptor. We're basically gonna use it to set up. The Staraptor has one dangerous move, which is close combat. Everything else is not really dangerous. Since we have pressure, which is the ability that Dialga has, instead of 5 close combat, it's only gonna get 2. And so, actually, it's only gonna get 3. Okay, didn't get crit, so should be fine. We are gonna heal here. But now we should. Yeah. Okay. So now it's out of close combats. So now we just have to finish the setup. Everything else he has, like, is not really gonna matter much. It's gonna Rain Dance probably. Yeah. He has other moves, but they're not really gonna do much. He also has a focus sash, so you have to hit him twice. But that's basically it. Now we just have to finish everything up. So we just Dragon Pulse everything. Really, the only thing that can go bad is getting crit by close combat on the second turn, which actually happened recently to me. Everything else is usually fine because at full health the crit, I don't believe it kills. And you could just take a safer approach and just heal every time he close combats. That feels a little unnecessary. Yeah, pressure actually comes in quite handy in a few scenarios. So now we're fighting Aaron. I'm not gonna save for Aaron. I will save for everything else, but Aaron is basically free. He's the first Elite Four member. So we have to heal the full, either Dragon Pulse, equip high specs, and give the rare candy. Okay. I'm already messing up. So we use Shy Specs. We use 1 rare candy. We ether the Dragon Pulse. And we heal it. Alright. So Aaron is pretty safe. I actually didn't need to heal. I've been meaning to remove this from my notes for months now. I always forget to remove it. I don't actually need to heal because you'll see, like, it doesn't really do much damage to us. We don't even have to do that much setup anyway as well, so he's probably gonna get us like 2 bug buzzes, and even a crit. It's just not gonna do much. So healing there wasn't really necessary, but whatever. That's done. So now we Dragon Pulse. That's it. That's Aaron. So now we're going to Bertha. Bertha is for a world record attempt. It would be, like, for me personally, the scariest fight in the game, because you have to dodge like 5 crit or something. Like, it's pretty bad. But for a marathon run, it's not too bad. You don't lose that much time if you get crit, as long as it doesn't happen like 2 times in a row or something. Right, for this one I will heal. I mean, I will save. Obviously I'm healing. So, heal first. And we are also gonna give... Alright, I'll get a metronome. We're gonna be switching around like the metronome and choice specs every now and then in these fights. For some fights it's better to use the choice specs. For this fight we can't really use the choice specs because there is the golem with sturdy. So we're gonna use a different move first, break sturdy, and then gonna use Dragon Pulse. So yeah, for this one we X defend, X speed, and X special, and hope we don't get crit, basically. He's gonna spam Earthquake. Pretty much all the Bertha fights will be like this. Okay. Right. Good so far. Heal. Then we Dragon Pulse. Alright. So we have one more to dodge. Because the Golem also has Earthquake. So we need to watch out for that. Ancient Power first. Now we crit. Did not crit, so we're good. Sometimes you'd like to go for Rock Polish and then Earthquake on the second turn because Rock Polish raises its speed. In this case we just went for Earthquake right away. Yeah, everything else here is fine. We have good special defense, alright. The most important strat is probably gonna be speed. Because if we have good speed, we can save a lot of turns. Because we don't have to use X speeds in certain fights. Right, and I lost sound again, which is lovely. Alright, so now we have Flint, and I forgot to heal. Flint is usually fine. Probably the second most scary fight in round 1 of Elite Four, but Still not that bad. Flint on round 2 and round 3 is awful. But yeah, for this one, it's usually okay. There's a lot of setup to do here. We have 2x defend and x special twice, and we have 2x speed once, and not twice because we have good speed. Just gonna spam Flame Char and Hypnosis most likely. We don't want to be like too low health coming out of the Rapidash, because he's gonna have an Infernape to close out the fight with Focus Sash, so he's gonna be able to hit a close combat at least. I'm gonna take this safely. I'm just gonna heal here, just in case it decides crit now. Obviously this has the unfortunate effect that it might actually go for... Okay, then you could have gone for Hypnosis now, and then I would have to wait a couple of turns. That should be it, unless he crits with Treat Infernate, we should be fine. I'm gonna try and fix my sound while I match this. This is the Elite Four member that I talked about earlier. He's supposed to be like the Fire type Elite Four member, but there's only Rapidash and Infernape as Fire types because those are the only 2 Fire types we have before we beat the game. Alright, so hopefully no crit. Alright, we're good. He has a Focus Sash as mentioned, and he also has Mach Punch, so a close combat together with the Mach Punch, depending on our health, could be deadly, so we always have to be careful on that one. And that's Flint. So those are the hardest fights, I would say, for round 1. We have Lucian coming up. Lucian is usually fine. Can also go bad, but usually it's fine. So we're gonna heal an elixir. And we're gonna equip the metronome. So Lucian leads Mr. Mime that we're going to use to set up. We will X-Speed twice and then X-Special 3 times. We could just X-Speed once. There is another strat where we only X-Speed once and X-Special Defense instead. With only 1 X-Speed, you are basically outsped by the Alakazam. That's basically it. And it doesn't do that much damage. But yeah, this is usually okay. The X-Special here. And I'm gonna play this safe, so I'm gonna heal this. Special twice. He went for Reflect, so we X-Special 1 more time. And now we just Flash Cannon. And that should be it for Lucian. And now we have Cynthia coming up. So we have good defense, good special defense, good speed. Bad attack and especially bad special attack, but It should be fine. I think that, yeah, the biggest thing for me is usually speed, because there's a lot of X speed that we can skip. We have good speed, and we have good speed, so I'm happy with that. Oh, and that's the graphic, so I guess we do see one in 90% after all. So next we have Cynthia. Cynthia is known to be like a super hard fight casually. But in the speed run, at least for round 1, it's actually really easy. Dying to Cynthia is not something that happens often. I should have not done that. Oh well. So. So I'm gonna heal. And I am gonna save just in case, but should be fine. So Cynthia has a nice little quirk to it. Cynthia has a nice little quirk to her. She leads the Spiritomb, which is a great Pokemon to set up on. And what we're going to do is we're going to use the next special defense first. And this is going to trick her into using physical moves, because physical moves will do more damage to us. But the only physical move that she has is Sucker Punch. And Sucker Punch only works if we attack. So now it's going to use Dark Pulse, because we haven't used the thing yet. But now, it should be stuck in Sucker Punch. So there we go. And the cool thing about it is that it has 3 Sucker Punches. And we basically use those 3 Sucker Punches to set up everything. And then we're done. No! Actually, that's fine. I thought I used the wrong move. That's the right move. It is Dragon Pulse. My muscle memory assumed it was Dragon Pulse, but for some reason, like when I looked at my notes, I saw Flash Cannon and I was looking at the different fights, so yeah. But yeah, it's really cool, like how you manipulate the AI here. If you do have like bad speed, you need to have an extra X speed, which means you will take another hit from Dark Pulse or something like that. And this is also one of the, like for example, for Palkia in Shining Pearl, this would never happen, because you only need one. But in this case, it's kind of annoying if you have bad speed. And that's the 80% part done, basically. So now we only have to fight them 2 more times. So normally in a 90% run we would wait until the Fade to Black after we saw like this is the Hall of Fame, so like our Pokemon are going to be entered into the Hall of Fame, and we're going to see like a screen with congratulations and whatnot. And normally the run would end, so an 90% run would end on the Fade to Black after that. In this case, since we are doing in round 2 and round 3, we're just gonna quit the game as soon as the game autosaves, which is gonna be right as we enter the Pokemon into the Hall of Fame. And then we're gonna restart the game, and we're gonna be back into a new town. Because otherwise we would have to wait until the credits and whatnot, and we don't want that, because that takes forever. Right, the game autosaves. We go back. So now the fun part begins, in my opinion. Like, this is the most exciting part of the run, because it's the one that's actually a lot different from the 90% part. because we're done with 20%. So I mentioned that for Elite Four Round 2, you need to beat Elite Four Round 1, which we already did, and we also need the National Dex. And in order to unlock the National Dex, we have to show the professor that we have caught, well, that we've seen all 150 Pokemon in the Sinnoh Dex. But we have actually not seen them all yet. There's a couple that we're missing and that we're gonna do right now. One of them is gonna be here. I think you can imagine which one it is. This is actually one of the coolest things I think about this game. It was also like this in the originals, like having the opportunity to actually see all Pokemon in the Pokédex. And not only that, requiring it to unlock certain things, like the post-game areas also unlock when you get the National Dex. It's pretty nice. Alright. So now we go to Snow Point. Okay. Now we have Hooksy here. Run from it. Now we have one last Pokemon to look at, which is Palkia. The one Pokemon that would actually make this run much easier. There he is. Right. Now we have to go to Sandgem and talk to the professor. And unless we made some silly mistake, we should have seen 150 Pokemon. There we go, 150. I don't have Shining Pearl. I would run it, but I only have this one, so yeah. I don't know, I got Diamond when I was a kid. So to me, it just made sense to buy this one when it came out. We're almost going. Now Rourke shows up out of nowhere. You have to equip the metronome now. Well, should already be using it, so we're fine. Yeah, so we just go to the Pokemon League. It's interesting that you can actually fly to the entrance of Victory Road, because we didn't get into the... I think you only get the fly point if you go into the Poke Center there. It's not true for other cities and stuff like that. Kinda silly. Alright. Gonna buy a few extra full restore just in case. And now we're going for round 2. We are gonna save now. Aaron is still very much a safe fight considering all the others, but it's not nearly as safe as on round 1. So all the teams are now higher leveled, and there's also different Pokemon and different abilities in some cases, and items and whatnot. So the teams are much better now, and they're gonna get even better later. So yeah, for this one, we're gonna have special defense and a Bug Buzz. X speed. We only X speed once here because we have good speed. Then we have to X special 3 times. He does like to spam detect. Ooh, that's a crit. So this is why it's a little more risky. Because a crit here actually takes quite a bit of damage. We have to heal. I mean, it probably would have been fine, but if he critted again, then we would have died, so I'd rather just be safe than sorry. Alright. So it's probably gonna detect me. Yeah. So we generally always waste a move there. Now Aerocross. Now Aaron also has a Caesar, which is not something that was here on round 1. And it's actually one of the best Pokemon he has here, stats-wise. But yeah, that's pretty much Aaron. Not that stressful. The next fight will be very stressful. We get Bertha round 2. Even worse than round 1, I would say. Yeah, certainly worse than round 1. Because you have to do even more setup, and it's just awful. You take a lot of damage. The lead Pokemon is no longer a Quagsire, but a Witchcash instead. So yeah, now we have to dodge crits. Alright. So and we third Dragon Pulse. You kind of scared me for a second, Rod. When you made that calm, I thought, I mean, is the RTMP dead? I'm glad it's not. Alright, X defend twice, X speed, X special. We're gonna X special 3 times this time. So yeah, we have to dodge a few crits here. As you can see, it's doing a lot more damage. We can't even take like 3 hits. So it's pretty bad. I am gonna heal this. Case. The good thing is we have pressure, so he's gonna run out. That should be his last Earthquake, I think. And now he has Ice Beam, I think. That's what he usually goes for afterwards. Or this. That's better. Doesn't do much. Usually goes for Ice Beam, I think. There we go. Gonna heal one more time, just to avoid another crit, because this actually looks good. Scald is also fine, as long as he doesn't burn, but obviously it burns. It's fine. I'll like special, and then I'll heal again. I could probably leave that, but actually no, because I have to... Right, I completely forgot about this. We still have to dodge one more crit. Because we have a golem again. Bertha gets rid of the golem in round 3, but in this one it's still here. With 30, as usual, so you have to dodge one more earthquake. But that's the last thing that can go wrong here. Alright, we're good. I would just use Dragon Pulse for the rest. Alright, that's cool. I'm glad this went alright. We're losing a bit of time because of the burn on Skull, I guess. It required me to heal one more time, I guess. Right. So that's Bertha. Actually, no. Yeah, we're losing a bit of time because of Skull, but I forgot to split earlier, so I also lost time on Aaron because of the crit. Alright, we're cool. That was a little weird. So now we have Flint. This is the worst fight in this run, I think. Should probably just try to come up with a better way to do this fight, but it's not gonna look pretty, but it is what it is. So basically, Flint leads the Houndoom now, and the Houndoom is very strong. So we're gonna try and basically do a bit of setup on the Houndoom, and then we're gonna do everything else on the Incarnate, while just dodging close combat crits, basically. The problem here is Nasty Plot. So let's see. Bunch of Flamethrower, that's fine. Get speed. Flamethrower it again. Now you have to heal. Flamethrower it again would be nice. Nasty Plot is bad. As soon as he Nasty Plots, I basically have to Special Defense again. Sucks, but it is what it is. Next defend. Nasty Plot again. Special defense third time. Alright. And now we full restore. Alright. Barging any crits, we should be fine on this section. At least for this fight. And he got crit. Or no, we didn't. Wow. How was that not a crit? Also, this must have been like a really, really high roll. Because it didn't Nasty Plot, so... Yeah, that's weird. A really, really high roll. Yeah, I guess. It's been a while since I've routed this, so we might actually have a chance to two-shot with a really, really good roll. That never happened to me before. That felt like crit, like, especially based on the damage he did on all the other flamethrowers he used. That's actually unfortunate because I was about to, like, if it wasn't for that crit, I would have been fine. He would have died the next turn. Well, let's do this again. Nasty Plot again. That's a pretty good roll. Yeah, must have been just damage range. Right. Please don't do the same thing again. Alright. He's gonna go for flamethrower again now. Alright. Yeah, it is pretty dicey. We're in the same situation now. I don't trust that. We'll restore one more. Oh my god. Give me a better roll, please. It's doing a lot of damage now. I mean, he's gonna run out of flamethrowers anytime now. Or you can just go for a nasty plot and then I can probably just take him out. Yeah. Because now I don't think he one-shots me here. Alright, that's good. He was doing a lot more damage. It's kind of strange. Oh no, I forgot about Destiny Bond. Oh well. Completely forgot about that block. That was insane. That's right, it did have Destiny Bond. I remember routing this and noticing it had Destiny Bond, but it has never used it. That's interesting. Right. Let's see if third time's the charm. I'm getting really unlucky, dude. Come on. Just let me get through this. This is the worst fight in the game, so as long as we get through it, I think everything else will be okay. That was bad. Yep. I think I'm gonna die. I think I'm dead. I think I have to reset again. I misclicked yeah. I misclicked the... I shouldn't have used the XP right away. I had to use special defense because the nasty blocked right away. Man, this sucks. I've never died 3 times here. Come on. Again. The problem with this is that he also, like, he can just spam nasty plot for a bit. And that one just sucks. Right. Again. Okay. Not as long. Like an acid plot here would be fine. But it doesn't go for it. Please don't kill me here. Oh my god, that was so close. Alright. Now we're okay, I think. can still die because Infernape, but so the Infernape here is gonna probably go for Mach Punch. Yeah, so now we just Sex Defend a couple more times. Luckily round 3 is not nearly as bad on this fight. Alright, cool. Now we should be fine, I think. He's out of close combat, so all the other moves he has don't really do that much damage unless he crits me, and even then shouldn't be that much, I would say. So yeah, so now we just have to build up X specials. He did paralyze me, so I'm gonna heal in a bit again. Alright, so that's Flint. Took me 4 tries, that's insane. Granted, one of them was my fault, because I used the wrong item. Alright, so now we have Lucian. Lucian has an interesting fight. So basically, for Lucian, we need to X-speed twice and X-special 3 times, which is basically the same setup we did for Lucian the first time. But this time, there is a problem. Bronzong, which is one of the strongest Pokemon Lucian has, is actually the second Pokemon. And so we can't really build like Metronome or anything like that. That fast. So what we're actually going to do is, and one of the problems is that he uses light screen, and we don't want light screen during the Bronzong. So basically we're going to time this so that light screen ends as soon as we basically take out the Mr. Mime, and so the Bronzong will not have, that's a crit. Should I? Actually, that's fine. Yeah. As long as it doesn't crit me again. Yeah. Alright. So this is not gonna kill unless it crits. Yeah. Now it's out of 1000 claims, and light screen wore off. Means now we actually get to kill it, and we build the Metronome boost in order to be able to one-shot the Bronzong. So basically this is timed perfectly so that we get to take down the Bronzong really fast. Right. And that's Lucian. Lucian has an Espion. Did not have it the first time around. And the last Pokemon is Gallade, which is also a Pokemon he did not have the first time around. And next we have Cynthia. Cynthia is almost the same. Well, actually, no. The setup is mostly similar. You have to do a little bit more setup, but not that much. Which means we won't be able to take advantage of the Sucker Punch thing as much. But it should still be a fine setup. And then the rest of the Pokemon, like we're gonna use different moves because Cynthia has a bit of a different team. So you have to heal here. You have special defense. Shadow Ball is not nice. That's a crit. So this is how you could potentially die to Cynthia. I'm gonna heal that right away. He's still Shadow Balling for whatever reason. Not really sure why. Right now he's Sucker Punching. That's weird. Oh, I get okay. It's because I was in kill range, I guess. This time Spiritomb has Will-O-Wisp, another physical attack, so he doesn't just spam Sucker Punch. I am gonna heal it though because I don't want to be burned. Takes quite a bit of time. But our setup should be done. I don't think I missed anything. So now we Flash Cannon this and the Togekiss. Togekiss is a new one. That wasn't around in the first, in our first visit. Then we have Lucario and Milotic, and Roserade and Garchomp. I think all of these were there. At least the final three were. I don't remember if Lucario was there, but I think it was. Yeah, we have to use a few different moves here because of the Togekiss. Alright. That's it, yeah. That's round 2 basically. And now we only have one left. Oh, that was round 2. Alright. So we could just I guess we could just reset, soft reset here. But I'm gonna wait until the end so I have a accurate Elite for round 2 time as well. So I know where to, since I'm comparing against the run that is Elite for round 2. Alright. Now we get to skip the credits right away as well. And yeah, that was round 2, so now we're only missing round 3. And this is where we get to explore the postgame. So now we fly the snow point. Oops. Yeah, I mean, if you're going for like the best Elite for round 3 time, you might as well save and quit, but I mean, it's not that much time, and this is like a really long run, so you might as well just leave that in. So this is the post-game area. We're never here in any of the any percent runs. This is a pretty cool area. A lot of cool stuff here. We gotta pick up even rare candidate here. We have a couple of optionals that's not optionals, a couple of mandatory trainers, I guess, that we have to fight. I almost ran into the double battle. That would have been bad. Alright. Come on. I wonder if this trainer has zones. I don't know what would happen. I guess it doesn't make sense for it to have zones. Dude, why is it taking so long? Just turn, please. Thank you. The spinners are taking forever today. Alright. Oh, that was close. Right. Yeah, I've been getting a lot of those like today. The game has just not been cooperative today. At all. I've missed tons of ranges, got tons of crits. Ooh, that was close. That's a tile. That's another one tile gap that I hate. That one is even harder, I'd say. Because to me, it seems harder. So we're almost at Etron. We're gonna have to go to... So we are currently at Stark Mountain. We're gonna go inside in a bit. We're gonna have to fight a couple of trainers there. There's a double fight there. Alright. And then we're actually gonna have to do this again. Because for whatever reason, like, we have to go to Hatron's room. There's some story stuff. Then we go back to the battle area, or whatever it's called, like the town where Buck lives, I think. And then we have to go back here and actually fight Etron. So this fight can... I know that in theory it can go wrong. That's why I save. It has never gone wrong for me. Because it's like, it's a double battle, but our partner here actually helps quite a bit, so... It's usually okay, but also depends on how aggressive the Machamp decides to be. Naturally, he was aggressive and he got a crit. That's... I don't know what to say anymore. And I got confused. Oh right, because it's timing out of the punch. Jesus. The game just does not want to cooperate today. Agility is nice. Range is very nice. Now it should be okay. Alright. This is insane, dude. At least I didn't die to Cyrus too. Although I did die to MJ, which is something that has never happened to me before as well. But I guess it's better to die there than Cyrus. That would have been devastating. Alright. I always do this. For whatever reason, I always... Let's see if I can dump Puck here. I cannot. There is a way in which you can move there, where Buck gets stuck, and then you do the rest of the movement by yourself. Alright. So that was Etern's room. Now we have to go back to the survival area, that's what it's called. We talk to Buck again, and then we have to go back to the Etern room. And now we'll have Etern there. And we'll get to fight it. So the Etern fight is actually kind of interesting. With Palkia it would be like incredibly simple, just because of the typing. With Dialga, it's actually pretty bad. So basically what we're gonna do is we're gonna teach Bulldoze. We bought that like a while ago on the Veilstone department store. Turn, please. Thank you. Turn again now. So basically, all the moves that I currently have on Dialga are not good against Heatran, obviously. And not only that, Heatran actually has good. It can two-shot us basically, because it has a move that can two-shot us. It does have random AI, so it's not guaranteed to two-shot us. But it can. Okay. And on top of that, Etern is also faster than Dialga, and it will always be faster. So the way we work this out is we use Bulldoze because Bulldoze A is like a decent move. It is a two-shot, and alright. Bulldoze is a two-shot on Heatran, just like Earthquake would be, for example. But Bulldoze drops the target's speed in this case, so this will actually make things work because by dropping Heatran's speed by one stage, he will actually be slower at that point than Dialga, which means that we can get a two-shot. While Etern will only land one shot on us, which essentially guarantees that he won't kill us unless he crits us in that one shot. Obviously, might be a little overkill because in practice he has random AI, so it's not guaranteed to go for the moves that will kill us. But it's nice. I think it's a nice little strat. There is a scenario where we don't two-shot, but it's very unlikely. It requires like really bad attack IVs on our side, really good defense IVs on the Heatran side, and it has to be like low rolls or something. I already did round 2. I am slightly behind schedule, but still. I'm currently 20 minutes off my PB, which would put me around the estimate that I set. We have to heal? No. We don't have to heal. I need to take that off my notes. We don't have to heal because we live. What's it called? We get automatically healed by Buck on the previous fight. Well, yeah, but I'm 20 minutes off from my music on PB. That's what I meant. Music off can be fun if you use the auto music tool. Then again, I'm biased, but whatever. I like it. I prefer to use auto music over music on. Alright. So, let's see. I'm gonna heal. And we go to... Nope. Alright. Right. Round 3. We're almost there. Hopefully things will go better this time. I mean, what could possibly go wrong at this point? Tons of things, actually. There's still a lot that can go wrong, unfortunately. And knowing my luck on this run. Oh well. Yeah, the cool thing about auto music is that you can just plug in whatever soundtracks you want. So if you want to play with the old music, you can actually do that, which is, I find, pretty cool. Or some other game soundtrack. Okay. Next speed. Alright. So now the Elite Four are also, again, stronger. But they also have an extra Pokemon, so now they all have 6 Pokemon instead of 5, as they used to have. Some of the teams have been revamped quite a bit. Okay, I think that's it. Dragons. No detect is nice, because I can skip an either. Which is nice. Alright. Flagon is cool. I like the teams here. Alright. Cool. We're done with this fight. So this is the big fight. I would say this is the worst fight in this round. Pretty much like it's very similar to the one we had on round 2 for Bertha. Flint should be easier, I think. Unless I'm forgetting something, I don't think it really should present much of a problem. But yeah, this one is just don't take it, as usual. And basically wait until he runs out of earthquakes. Yeah, Bertha is awful. It's even worse in round 2. Well, I don't know. Yeah, it's even worse. It's even worse because you need more setup. So you need to dodge even more crits, I guess. But I guess with pressure, it's not that many more. I think that was greedy. I should have healed. Well, I don't know. I think a crit kills from full anyway, so I guess it probably wouldn't matter. Alright, cool. So this part is done. And actually the fight itself is done because we no longer have a golem here. Bertha got rid of the golem, so there's no... Yeah, I think I die from full because on round 1, depending on your IVs, you can die from full from a crit. You can also live, if I recall correctly. But it's barely, and this one is just much stronger, so you must die from full from a crit there. So I guess it didn't really make sense to heal right away. Almost done. Yeah. Just awful, to be honest, like on PB attempts for any percent. Birthday is just so bad. Yeah, exactly, silver. Alright. We got through it. One last... I would say Flint is the last one that's... I mean, I don't know. I don't think it's that scary, but maybe I should stop talking. Equip show specs. I like the sprites in those games. Not so much on black and white. Well, not so much at the time. I think today it looks cuter. I don't know. So this fight is kind of similar to the one on round 2, but it's just much easier because the Ninetales is not nearly as good here as the Houndem was. Doesn't take nearly as much damage. It has also a different moveset, like it goes for hypnosis quite a bit sometimes. Should have healed maybe. Okay, it's fine. Yeah, that was risking it. Alright. One more. I mean, I have good defense, but... Did he nasty plot? I didn't notice, actually. He might have. Okay, that's a crit, for sure. Oh my god. I think he nasty plotted. Yeah. Unfortunate. Well, it wouldn't have mattered anyway, I guess. Like the crit would have killed me anyway, because it would ignore any extra strength stats. So yeah. Unfortunate. again. It's a nice avoid. Use it again, so this is the last one I can use. Now we heal. Burn? Seriously? Okay. Okay, I'm gonna heal that right away because I don't like the burn animation all the time. Again? Okay. Whatever. Another nested. Okay. So now it doesn't have drought anymore, so should be a lot safer. Even with nasty plot. Alright, so we need one more X special and then we're good. I'm avoiding all the hypnosis, that's really cool. Alright. Obviously that has to happen. Alright. Should be good. Unless we get crit by close combat. Because the Incarnate also has Focus Sash. Alright, cool. How long ago did you leave? Alright. Yes, it does. There are 3 separate teams. Round 2 is stronger than round 1, and round 3 is stronger than round 2. And yes, I believe this is also the first. Yeah, this is first game to have a round 3, and it's pretty strong. All right. We're finally at Cynthia for the last time. Right, the Galarian Star Tournament, yeah. Which is also a really interesting run for this kind of marathon, by the way. Alright. So this has a bit more setup to it. Willow is right away interesting. Alright, we are gonna heal. As long as we don't get crit here, we should be okay. Alright, cool. I mean, he also has extreme speed, but it doesn't do much, so... It should be fine, I just have to hit the correct moves and... we'll be done. Look at that, that's a Porygon Z. Thanks. This was an awful run, I gotta be honest. I think it's pretty obvious. Yeah, she has a Porygon Z. It should be a fun time, it's over. I hope I don't get this bad luck there. I mean, I played poorly, but I have never seen the game quite like this, like the amount of... Yes, this was added in the remake. I don't think Elite for round 3 existed in the originals. Alright. That's it. The time will be on the black fade out after like the congratulations screen, but I'll say it when it is. And yeah, this was like an awful run. I'm sorry for going overestimate, but like I'm literally 20 minutes behind like my normal runs for this, and like so many weird things happened during this run, aside from also like I did quite a few mistakes, but the game was also very uncooperative, unfortunately. Yeah. But it is what it is. I think it's a fun run. If you're interested in this game, in this category, or any of the other categories, be sure to join the Switch PSR Discord. There's a lot of cool people there that will be glad to help you and everything. I know I am, and there's tons of cool people there as well, so be sure to join. And yeah, time is coming up. It's gonna be on the black fade out here. And time. And I skipped the credits. I shouldn't have skipped it. Oh well. All right. But yeah, that's it. If you're interested in this run, or any of the Brilliant Diamond runs, or even like any Switch Pokemon game run, be sure to join the Switch PSR Discord. And yeah, other than that, thanks a lot for watching. And I'll see you next time.